Chapter 1448. In Shuehai Chinwan? Who is that? Where is he? Zhao Ji's gaze was gloomy as he hurriedly questioned. He's in senior brother Di Ji's pavilion. I'm willing to bring you there. Zhou Shu hurriedly said. Brother In, the 3 disciples of your hidden spirit mountain are becoming more and more outrageous. They're actually harboring a murderer, Zhao Gu said with an ugly expression. In Shuehai frowned and said, Brother Zhao, don't be impatient. I'll give you an explanation for this. As he spoke, In Shuehai arrived before Di Ji and said indifferently, Di Ji, I heard from Zhou Shu that you're the one who's harboring Qinwen. You still have a chance to hand Qinwen over. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. Di Ji stared at In Shuehai and said dryly, Sect Master, you should know when Zhao Qi chased after the 3 of us, right? But you didn't care. Qinwen is my savior. He saved our lives. Ha! But now, because of Zhao Ji's words, not only do you not care about the life and death of our disciples, but you also want us to take out Qinwen. Are you really the sect master of our hidden spirit mountain? Di Ji's words were filled with ridicule. In Shuehai's face instantly turned gloomy as he coldly said, How presumptuous! How dare you speak to me like that? As he spoke, In Shuehai waved his sleeve. Di Ji was caught off guard and was instantly hit by the power. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was directly sent flying before heavily smashing into the ground. Brother Zhao, come with me. This traitorous disciple is too daring. He actually dares to harbor a murderer. In Shuehai said to Zhao Ge. He grabbed Di Ji and leaped out of the Congling Hall. Follow me. Zhao Ge fiercely threw Zhou Shu and Qi Tong to the ground. He instructed the 4 people behind him and followed In Shuehai. Qinwen should be the youth that Di Ji brought over. Let's follow them and watch the show. Zheng Bin grinned and also left the Congling Hall. Swoosh, swoosh. The group flew past the hidden spirit mountain and quickly arrived at Di Ji's pavilion. During this time, they attracted the attention of many disciples. What's going on? That's the sect master, right? Also, sect master is carrying senior martial brother Di Ji. What happened? Many disciples of the hidden spirit mountain were puzzled as they discussed among themselves. Obviously, In Shuehai's appearance had aroused their interest and doubts. Let's go and take a look. Thus, many disciples followed behind In Shuehai and gathered around Di Ji's loft. In Shuehai threw Di Ji to the ground and said coldly, Traitor, you still have one more chance. Call Qinwen out for me, and this sect master and brother Zhao will not pursue this matter. Zhao Ge, who had rushed over from behind, naturally heard those words as well. He frowned slightly. It was obvious that In Shuehai was trying to protect Di Ji. However, he didn't really care. His goal was to kill Zhao Qi's murderer. After all, it was indeed extremely rude to kill someone's disciple in their territory. Zhao Ge would not go so far as to not give In Shuehai face. Di Ji staggered as he stood up. He stared at In Shuehai as a desolate smile appeared on his face. He had finally seen through In Shuehai. The latter was a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Creak! Just as Di Ji was about to speak, the sound of the door opening came from the loft behind him. Then, a slender figure slowly walked out and appeared before everyone's eyes. Whoosh! 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 Everyone's gaze fell on the figure. In Shuehai and Zhao Ge were no exception. Di Ji, on the other hand, was somewhat anxious. He did not expect that Zhuo Wen would actually appear at this juncture. This was really taking the initiative to throw himself at the muzzle of the gun. You're Qinwen, right? In Shuehai's eyes were sharp. He could see the anxiety in Di Ji's eyes at a glance. He took a step forward and stood 10 meters away from Zhuowen. He raised his chin and said condescendingly. Shuo Wen's aura was completely reined in. During the 5 days he had been in the residence, he had spent most of his time assimilating the gold core of the great sage gold core. Finally, he had completely absorbed the medicinal strength of the gold core. However, he was disappointed that he still did not make a breakthrough. However, he had stabilized his sage-to-be realm and raised it to the peak state. He was only half a step away from the sage realm. Now, Zhuowen finally knew how difficult it was for him to make the pilgrimage realm. Although he still had a supreme Saint Gold core, he did not dare to use it recklessly. Now that he had broken through the pilgrimage realm, it was not his foundation, but a trace of opportunity. No matter how much medicinal efficacy he consumed, it would be difficult for him to make a breakthrough. After refining the supreme Saint Gold core, Zhuowen naturally would not continue to stay in the room. He immediately pushed the door open and saw this scene. In particular, this Yin Shuehai was actually acting tough in front of him, which made Zhuowen's eyes look a little strange. "Who are you?" Zhuowen frowned and asked indifferently. Yin Shuehai's face stiffened. This young man in front of him was in his sect, but he did not know who he was. This was definitely a great irony. "I'm the sect master of Hidden Soul Mountain. I asked you a question just now. You haven't answered me yet." Yin Shuehai said coldly. Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect this Yin Shuehai in front of him to be so aggressive. It seemed that he, Zhuowen, had never seen this Yin Shuehai before. "I'm Qin Wen. Are you looking for me?" Zhuowen said indifferently. "So it's Qin Wen. That Zhao Qi was killed by you, right? Now hurry up and kneel down and apologize to Brother Zhao. Then bind your hands and let Brother Zhao deal with you. This is your only choice to live." Yin Shuehai said casually. Zhao Ge stepped forward and stared coldly at Zhuowen. "You've got guts. You actually dared to kill Zhao Qi. Don't you know that he's a disciple of Saint Martial's sect?" "I know. That's why I killed him." Zhuowen's answer immediately shocked everyone. This guy actually admitted it openly, and in front of Zhao Ge. This was a disguised slap in the face. Zhao Ge was silent for a moment. Then, instead of being angry, he laughed. "You've got guts. You actually dare to admit that you killed Zhao Qi in front of me. You know my relationship with Zhao Qi? What does your relationship with Zhao Qi have to do with me? You've said so much nonsense. Don't you just want to take revenge?" Zhuowen said indifferently. There was no other emotion on his face. "You've got guts. Zhao Qi is my nephew. You killed him. Today I'll kill you. Take this guy down." The veins on Zhao Ji's forehead bulged. He wanted to see fear, regret, or other negative emotions in Zhuowen's eyes. However, to his disappointment, Zhuowen was indifferent. Therefore, he was furious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Zhao Ji's words came out, the 4 men behind him nodded in agreement. They split into 4 directions and surrounded Zhuowen. For powerful emperor, auras spread out. 4 high-level martial emperors. Diji's face turned pale. He didn't expect Zhao Ge to bring 4 high-level martial emperors. Although Zhuowen had killed high-level martial emperors before, it was only Zhao Qi alone. Now that the 4 of them had joined forces, could Zhuowen really stop them? Puchi, the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh, rang out continuously, followed by the sound of 4 heavy objects falling to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. A shocking scene immediately appeared before everyone. Zhuowen reached out with his right hand and pulled out the tiger, head-deep golden spear. With a flash of light, the 4 people surrounding him collapsed to the ground. This instant kill. Seeing the 4 men's auras disappear in an instant, Diji froze on the spot. The surrounding disciples also forgot to speak. Even Zhao Ge and Yin Shuehai were dumbfounded at this moment. You killed them? Zhao Gu roared with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Yes, Zhuowen replied indifferently. Then he took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off the tip of the spear nonchalantly. Sect Master Yin, this kid dares to kill people in your sect. He doesn't put hidden spirit mountain in his eyes. Let's take him down together. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant then. Zhao Gu suddenly turned to Yin Xuehai. Although Zhao Gu was a 9th-level martial emperor, Zhuowen's attack was too fast. That simple spear strike had smoothly pierced through the vital points of the 4 high-level martial emperors, killing them instantly. Although Zhao Gu was confident, he knew that he couldn't do the same as Zhuowen's attack, so he immediately went to Yin Xuehai. Yin Xuehai was an invincible martial emperor who had mastered the power of law. With his help, it would be easy to take down this young man. Yin Xuehai frowned slightly. Zhuowen's strength had exceeded his expectations. He had thought that this young man was just an ordinary 7th-level martial emperor. He didn't expect him to be able to kill 4 high-level martial emperors in an instant. Sect Master Yin, haven't you always wanted to expand Hidden Spirit Mountain's business to St. Martial City? If you help me, I can give you a piece of land in St. Martial City for you to do business there. What do you think? Seeing Yin Xuehai hesitate, Zhao Gu gritted his teeth and said to him, Deal. Yin Xuehai immediately agreed. This world was full of benefits. As long as there were enough benefits, Yin Xuehai naturally wouldn't refuse. In fact, it was a good deal for him. Brother Zhao, you're too polite. This kid dares to cause trouble in Hidden Spirit Mountain. He's too audacious. Today, I'll kill him with my own hands. With that, Yin Xuehai put his hands behind his back and took a step forward. Immediately, he appeared above Zhuowen. Boom! Yin Xuehai pressed down with his right hand. Suddenly, the power of the law spread out. Then, everyone felt the ground trembling violently as if something was about to break out of its shell. Sect Master is using the law of Earth. Looks like he's going to kill this kid directly. This kid is finished. Feeling the trembling of the ground, many disciples of Hidden Spirit Mountain were shocked and started discussing. Boom! In the midst of the discussion, countless amounts of soil gathered and turned into a huge earth dragon. Yin Xuehai stood on top of the earth dragon with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Zhuowen with pity. Junior, you're pretty strong, but you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. How dare you kill the people of St. Martial Sect? After you die, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself. With that, Yin Xuehai didn't waste any more time. He stomped his right foot, and the earth dragon roared and swooped down. Its target was Zhuowen. The power of the law of Earth filled the air. The entire Hidden Spirit Mountain shook. Many disciples who were watching were in awe. They knew very well that under the power of the law of Earth, they were just cannon fodder. Of course, Qinwen was the same. Zhuowen was very calm. He raised the tiger head clear golden spear with his right hand. His right arm also showed traces of golden veins. Then, he threw it at the earth dragon. This guy wants to fight the earth dragon head-on. He doesn't have any law power in his body. How dare he do that? He's courting death. Chapter 1449. Submission Zhuowen didn't care about the mocking laughter around him. His attention was focused on his right arm. At that moment, he silently mobilized a part of the divine body's power. He didn't even bother to use the power of law. The tiger head clear gold spear suddenly emitted a golden light that was as hard as iron. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the earthen dragon swooped down and instantly arrived before Zhuowen. Zhuowen's tiger head clear gold spear slammed into the earthen dragon's head. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. On the earthen dragon's head, Yin Xuehai still had his hands behind his back. Looking at the tiger-head, clear gold spear that was swinging towards him, he sneered and mocked. Boom! The long spear swept over and slammed into the earthen dragon's head. Immediately, the terrifying earthen dragon's body trembled, and it started to cry out. Under everyone's gaze, the earthen dragon's huge head started to crack. Break! Zhuowen roared. The tiger-head clear gold spear slammed down and heavily hit the surface of the earthen dragon's head. Then there was a dull sound, and the earthen dragon's head was smashed into pieces. What? Yin Shuahai couldn't believe it. The moment the earthen dragon's head was smashed, he jumped and dodged the long spear. Roar! 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 The earthen dragon cried out, and then heavily smashed into the ground. Suddenly, there was an extremely dull tremor, and the ground started to crack. Whoosh! Zhuowen bounced his legs and suddenly jumped up. He instantly arrived before Yin Shuahai. Damn it! Yin Shuahai's heart trembled. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be so terrifying. The earthen dragon that was formed by the law of earth was annihilated so easily. Get lost! Yin Shuahai roared. He waved his right hand, and the law of earth revolved around him, forming a thick earthen shield. The law of earth originated from the earth. It had the characteristics of being thick and tough. The defense that it set up was extremely strong and tough. Yin Shuahai was extremely confident in his defense. You still have to break. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Then Yin Shuahai's pupils shrunk as he realized that the earthen shield that he had just set up had started to crack. The earthen shield, the shield editor. Chrissy, it instantly pierced Yin Shuahai's Chrissy. Puchi! Yin Shuahai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at the cold-faced young man in front of him. He opened his mouth and was just about to speak when a huge force slammed into his abdomen, causing him to bend over. Zhuowen's eyes were cold and emotionless. He swung his spear again and threw Yin Shuahai down from the air. Plop! Yin Shuahai landed heavily on the ground. His internal organs felt as if they were on fire. He was in extreme pain and kept twitching on the ground. Whoosh! Zhuowen suddenly landed in front of Yin Shuahai and stomped his right foot on Yin Shuahai's chest. Only then did Yin Shuahai's twitching body calm down and was firmly pressed down by Zhuowen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gasps could be heard one after another. All the disciples of Hidden Spirit Mountain were petrified and dumbstruck. Yin Shuahai was the sect master of Hidden Spirit Mountain. He was the sect master of Hidden Spirit Mountain and an invincible sovereign lord who had comprehended the laws. Now, he was defeated by a young man who was only at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. The crowd suddenly felt that this world was too crazy. How could a 7th level great emperor defeat an unrivaled monarch lord? Zhao Ge was also stunned. His eyes flickered, and he slowly stepped back, but his heart was beating wildly. This Qinwen was too strange. How could a 7th level martial emperor have such terrifying battle prowess? Even Yin Shuahai was defeated by him in a few moves. Condoning the people of other sects to bully your own disciples. What's the use of being a sect master who bullies the weak and fears the strong? Zhuowen's voice was cold. He clenched his right hand, and the tiger-head clear golden spear was pointed at Yin Shuahai's neck. No, I am the sect master of Hidden Spirit Mountain. Do you dare to kill me? Yin Shuahai kept struggling. Ignorant idiot. Zhuowen was too lazy to care about Yin Shuahai. This guy was still threatening him at this juncture. It was ridiculous. Puchi! A cold light flashed, and Yin Shuahai, who was struggling, stopped moving. His head rolled on the ground, and blood gushed out from it. Zhuowen's right hand formed a claw and reached into In Shuahai's dantian. He grabbed In Shuahai's nascent soul and stuffed it into his spirit ring. A nascent soul was very beneficial to the Fushi cauldron. In other words, the Fushi cauldron treated the nascent soul as nourishment. It absorbed the nascent soul's energy to restore itself. Naturally, he would leave the nascent soul for the Fushi cauldron. Sect Master is dead. This guy killed Sect Master. Let's run. This lunatic killed Sect Master. The disciples of the Hidden Spirit Mountain, who were originally watching the show, all revealed expressions of fear. Soon after, they dispersed in an uproar, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. Di was frozen on the spot and looked at In Shuahai's corpse. His throat trembled, and he didn't know what to say. I say, Brother Zhao Ge, aren't you here for revenge? Why aren't you here yet? An indifferent voice sounded out once again, causing Zhao Ge, who was retreating, to freeze. Run! Without saying a word, Zhao Ge stepped into the void and fled into the distance. If In Shuahai was dealt with so easily, then he, who was weaker, wouldn't be able to do anything. However, the moment Zhao Ge escaped 100 meters away, he was intercepted by black chains. These black chains were extremely strange. From time to time, they would let out a clear dragon's roar as if there was a giant dragon trapped in the chains. Clang! Zhao Ge roared angrily and struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. He was directly bound by the black chain, unable to move. I'm the manager of the outer layer of the Saint Martial sect. You won't get any benefits from killing me. If you let me go, I can give you a lot of benefits. How about it? Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with fear. He quickly listed a lot of benefits to Zhuowen. What benefits? Zhuowen sneered. What benefits do you want? Zhao Ge gritted his teeth and asked. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He asked indifferently, do you know who the strongest disciple of the Saint Martial sect is? Zhao Ge was stunned. He didn't expect Zhuowen to ask this instead of asking for an exorbitant price. The strongest disciple of the Saint Martial sect is naturally the son of Wu Ho Wu Zhan Tian. He started cultivating at the age of 5 and became an emperor at the age of 10. He's now 27 and has reached the peak of the half-saint realm. He's only half a step away from becoming a sage. Zhao Ge said, 27 years old, peak of the half-saint realm? Zhuowen's pupils shrank. The son of Wu Ho, Wu Zhantian's talent is really terrifying. He's not even 30 years old, but his cultivation is already so high. Other than Wu Zhantian, does the Saint Martial sect have any stronger disciples? Zhuowen continued to ask. Zhao Ge frowned. He didn't know why Zhuowen asked this, but for the sake of his life, he answered seriously. Other than Wu Zhantian, there are 3 other direct disciples of Wu Ho. They are Mu Wendi, Lin Anyan, and Song Xian. Song Xian is the strongest of the 3 direct disciples. His cultivation is also very close to that of Wu Ho's son, Wu Zhantian. He's also a half-saint. As for Mu Wendi and Lin Anyan, they are both invincible emperor lords. However, they aren't ordinary invincible emperor lords. The power of law they control is extraordinary, far stronger than ordinary invincible emperor lords. I see. Zhuowen nodded and continued, I can spare your life. Zhao Ji's face lit up, but Zhuowen's next words made his face pale. However, I need you to help me lure the 3 direct disciples and Wu Zhantian out. If you can do it, I'll let you go. As he spoke, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out a pill with rolling black qi. He stuffed it into Zhao Ji's mouth without hesitation. What did you give me to eat? Zhao Ge shouted. It's a high-grade immortal pill, soul-eroding goo. This goo poison will attach itself to your dantian and feed on your nascent soul until it's completely devoured. Zhuowen said indifferently. Zhao Ji's face changed. This goo poison was too insidious. It actually devoured the most important nascent soul of a cultivator. Once the nascent soul was completely devoured, Zhao Ji's life would also come to an end. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Zhao Gu said in despair. I did say that I wouldn't kill you, but the premise is that you have to complete the task I gave you. After completing it, I'll help you get rid of this goo poison. Don't worry, this goo poison has an incubation period of 3 months. In the first 3 months, this goo worm won't devour your nascent soul. After 3 months, it will quickly devour your nascent soul, so you only have 3 months. Zhuowen said indifferently. Zhao Gu nodded, as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. He said, I will definitely complete the task you gave me. Looking at Zhao Ji's appearance, Zhuowen revealed a smile. He put away the heavenly dragon lock seal and said indifferently, Let's go. Take me to the St. Martial City. After regaining his freedom, Zhao Gu bowed and cupped his hands respectfully. Soon after, he left the hidden spirit mountain with Zhuowen. Who is this Qin one? His strength is actually so terrifying. Looking at Zhuowen and Zhao Gu leaving, Diji's gaze was extremely complicated. He was sure that Qin one was definitely not a simple rogue cultivator. How could a rogue cultivator's strength be so terrifying? But the hidden spirit mountain is completely finished. Regaining his senses, Diji looked at the completely chaotic hidden spirit mountain and sighed deeply. He knew that this was mainly because of Yin Shuahai's own actions. The St. Martial City was bustling with noise and excitement. 2 streaks of light flew over from the horizon and quickly stopped at the entrance of the St. Martial City. Lord Qin, this is the St. Martial City. I have bought a lot of businesses here. Lord Qin can stay here for a while. Zhao Gu hurriedly said to Zhuowen with a flattering smile. Zhuowen's expression did not change as he said indifferently, You have to complete the task I gave you as soon as possible. You only have 3 months. Zhao Ji's expression changed slightly. He immediately smiled and said, Lord Qin, don't worry. I will definitely do it for you. Let's enter the city first. Zhuowen nodded, and then Zhao Gu led Zhuowen into the St. Martial City. Chapter 1450. Life of Luxury, Life of Luxury. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as he stared at the majestic loft in front of him and the plaque on top of it. The loft was extremely large, and it was brightly lit inside. Light gauze fluttered in the wind, and from time to time, sounds of moaning and teasing could be heard. Lord Qin, Life of Luxury is one of my biggest businesses. Please come in and have a seat. Zhao Gu smiled flatteringly. Zhuowen didn't refuse and walked into the loft. It was very spacious inside, and there were many people walking around. However, most of them were women in gauze, and their faintly discernible figures attracted many people's attention. After Zhuowen entered Life of Luxury, Zhao Gu had been observing him. When he found that the former wasn't moved at all, his eyes flickered. Give me one of the best rooms. Zhuowen suddenly said, Okay, I'll do it right away. Zhao Gu hurriedly nodded his head and came to a counter. On the counter stood a young woman who still retained her charm. Seeing Zhao Gu come, the young woman took the initiative and leaned her graceful body against Zhao Gu. Io, why didn't you inform me that Lord Zhao is coming? The young woman smiled. Zhao Gu wasn't in the mood to get close to this young woman. He said indifferently, Hurry up and give me the best room for this lord. The young woman was startled, and then her beautiful eyes glanced at Zhuowen behind Zhao Gu. Seeing the latter's tall and handsome figure and Zhao Ji's respectful attitude towards him, she knew that this young man was very likely an outstanding disciple of the sacred martial sect. Don't worry, Lord Zhao. I'll give this young master the biggest room immediately. The young woman winked at Zhuo and returned to the counter. She took out a jade tablet and placed it in front of Zhuo. She leaned in close to Zhuo and placed the jade tablet in Zhuo's hand. She exhaled and said, "Young master, this is the sky room number 1. It's the best room in the life of luxury." As the young woman spoke, she lowered her body slightly and purposely revealed her ample bosom. Zhuo naturally noticed the young woman's small movements, but he didn't mind. He said, "Zhao Ge, take me there." "Sai, Mr. Qin, I'll take you there right away." Zhao Ge hurriedly nodded and bowed, leading Zhuo towards sky number 1. That respectful attitude of his made the young woman stare blankly. The young woman was well aware of Zhao Ji's identity. He was the outer supervisor of the sacred martial sect and a 9th-level martial emperor. Even the inner disciples of the sacred martial sect did not have the qualifications to make Zhao Ge speak so humbly. Only the 3 personal disciples of Wu Hou, as well as Wu Hou's son Wu Zhantian, would be able to make Zhao Ge act so respectfully. "This kid's surname is Qin. I don't think there's anyone with the surname Qin in the Saint Martial sect, right? Who is this child?" The more the young woman thought about it, the stranger she felt. Within the sky room 1, Zhuo said indifferently, "Within 10 days, you have to lure out at least 1 personal disciple. Of course, it would be best if you could lure out all 3 personal disciples. This is an order." Zhao Ji's expression changed slightly, but when he saw Zhuo's cold expression, he could only bite the bullet and nod. After giving a few more instructions, Zhao Ge left the sky room 1. Zhuo's eyes flickered. Previously, Zhuo had never thought of a good way to take revenge on the sacred martial sect. Now that he had Zhao Ge, it was a lot more convenient. Wu Hou was a saint in the profound sage realm. With Zhuo's current strength, it was impossible for him to kill a saint. However, although he could not kill the old one, Zhuo could kill the young one. His goal was Wu Hou's 3 personal disciples and Wu Zhantian. These 4 people should be the main force of the sacred martial sect in the 9 Nether Conference. If the 4 of them were killed, the Saint Martial sect's Wu Hou would definitely explode in anger, and Zhuo's goal would be achieved. As for Wu Hou, Zhuo planned to deal with him after he broke through to the Saint realm. "Who is it?" Suddenly, Zhuo's eyes became sharp as he stared at a certain spot in the room. His voice was extremely cold. "Yo, why is young master so fierce? I'm just here to take a look." A soft snort was heard as she slowly walked in from the door of the room. It was the charming young woman whom he had met at the counter. "May I know why you're here?" Zhuo said indifferently. The young woman smiled and suddenly came in front of Zhuo. A pair of white jade-like hands gently landed on Zhuo's chest. This young woman looked quite old, but she took good care of herself. Her arms were white and flawless, like mutton fat jade. They were extremely smooth, giving people the urge to touch them. Zhuo narrowed his eyes. He knew that this woman must have seen Zhao Ji's respectful attitude towards him. So she came to curry favor. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept out from Zhuo's body. The young woman screamed and retreated dozens of steps, sitting on the ground. Scram! Zhuo sat upright on the meditation cushion and looked down at the young woman. His gaze was piercingly cold, and it was bone-piercingly cold like the dead of winter. The young woman let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. The gust of wind that swept out from Zhuo earlier was extremely strong. Even though it was only intended to push her away, it still caused her to suffer a certain degree of internal injury. The young woman's beautiful face flushed red, and she left Zhuo's room dejectedly. After the young woman left, Zhuo flicked his sleeve and instantly set up a rather powerful restriction in the room. After that, Zhuowen started to meditate and cultivate while silently waiting for news from Zhao Ge. Days passed by. 7 days later, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes within the room, and his gaze emitted a blazing bright light. After that, he flipped his right hand and withdrew a communication jade talisman. Lord Qin, I've already found an opportunity to lure Mu Wendy, Lin Anyun, and Song Xian out of St. Martial City. You can wait for an opportunity to make a move. It wouldn't be too late to make a move after they're further away. Zhao Ji's voice sounded out from the communication jade talisman. Zhao Ge has lured out all 3 of his direct disciples in one go. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. After pondering for a while, he stood up and pushed open the door, leaving life of luxury. Zhao Ge had already sent his location to him through the communication jade talisman, so Zhuowen quickly chased after him after leaving St. Martial City. There was a rather large stone forest around 100 kilometers away from St. Martial City. Rocks that rose into the sky were piled up in a picturesque manner, forming a unique landscape. 4 figures slowly walked through the stone forest. The person in the lead was Zhao Ge. There were 3 people behind Zhao Ge. They were 2 men and a woman. Their presences were extremely tremendous and terrifying. The black-clothed man in his late 20s had the most terrifying presence. This black-clothed man had a dignified temperament. The other 2 subconsciously followed behind this black-clothed man. The black-clothed man suddenly stopped and stared at Zhao Ge. Zhao Ge, you said that you sensed a powerful presence in this stone forest. Moreover, the presence contained a wisp of saint might. You suspected it to be a profound saint artifact. How do you explain that after searching for so long, we still haven't found it? Zhao Ge trembled and hurriedly bowed. Lord Song Xian, this lowly one isn't lying. When this lowly one passed by this place last time, I did sense a wisp of saint might. However, that wisp of saint might disappeared in a flash into this stone forest. Although this lowly one is blind, I know that it's definitely something extraordinary. Only a saint artifact can emit saint might. Song Xian frowned. When he heard that, he said to the man and woman behind him, Wendy, Anyun, let's split up and search. This stone forest is extremely large. If we search together, it'll be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Mu Wendy and Lin Anyun looked at each other and nodded. Senior brother Song Xian is right. Let's split up and search. If we find it, we'll inform each other through the communication jade talisman. The 3 of them came to an agreement and ignored Zhao Ge. They split into 3 different directions and disappeared into the stone forest. Zhao Ge narrowed his eyes. After the 3 of them split up, he took out the communication jade talisman and sent a message. After that, he leisurely strolled through the stone forest. After witnessing Zhuowen's strength, Zhao Ge knew that Mu Wendy and Lin Anyun weren't a match for Zhuowen. However, the strongest of the 3, Song Xian, was a half-saint. Even Zhuowen wouldn't be easy to deal with. The reason why Zhao Ge lured all 3 of them out was naturally because he had his own plans. He hoped that both sides would suffer great losses. If that happened, the heavily injured Qin would be at his mercy. It wouldn't be difficult for him to extract the antidote for the infant corrosion parasite from Qin. It's best if both sides suffer great losses or Qin is heavily injured, Zhao Ge muttered in a low voice. He stood where he was as if he was waiting for something. Swoosh! After a short while, a black figure quickly flew over and landed in front of Zhao Ge. Lord Qin. Zhao Ge bowed respectfully. Where are the 3 of them? Zhuowen asked indifferently. The three of them split up to search for the so-called saint artifact. Zhao Gu said with a faint smile. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said, "They actually split up. That's good. You should know where the three of them are, right? Take me there." "Yes, let's go to Lin Anyun first." Lin Anyun is the weakest of the three. She has grasped the law of fire. She's not very strong. Zhao Gu bowed and smiled. Then he led Zhuowen in the direction of Lin Anyun. In the east, there were countless sharp stone forests. Lin Anyun, who was dressed in an emerald green robe, slowly walked in the stone forest. Her beautiful eyes were constantly looking around as if she was looking for something. The saint artifact shouldn't be discovered so easily. If I can find the saint artifact, I'm afraid I can directly leave the martial dark realm and find a deserted place to secretly refine it. At that time, my strength will definitely surpass all the half-saints. Lin Anyun muttered as she walked. Clearly, she was eyeing the saint artifact. "Who is it?" Suddenly, Lin Anyun turned her head and stared behind her as she shouted. "Lord Anyun, it's me." A sturdy figure appeared in Lin Anyun's sight. It was Zhao Gu. "Zhao Gu, why are you following me?" Lin Anyun asked with a frown. "Lord Anyun, do you really want to get the saint artifact? I can tell you in detail the direction of the saint aura that I saw back then," Zhao Gu said with a smile. Lin Anyun's beautiful eyes narrowed as she said, anxiously, "Really? Tell me quickly." "Lord Anyun, don't worry. I'll tell you right away." Chapter 1451. Killing a direct disciple swoosh. The spear was extremely fast. In just a flash, it had arrived in front of Lin Anyun. Lin Anyun's eyes narrowed slightly as she cried out. A strong sense of danger caused her to involuntarily unleash the laws of fire. In an instant, a blazing sea of fire spread out around her. Swoosh! The spear was like a venomous snake as it arrived in front of Lin Anyun at a tricky angle. Swoosh! A strange sound rang out. Then Lin Anyun's beautiful eyes narrowed as she discovered that the sea of fire in front of her had split in half. The spear was unobstructed. How is this possible? The defense formed by the laws of fire can't even withstand a single blow? Lin Anyun shrieked. She stomped her foot and retreated rapidly. Her slender hands danced as the laws of fire gathered in front of her to block the spear. However, to her horror, the spear's might was too terrifying. Every time she condensed the laws of fire to attack, the spear would easily break through it. What's wrong with Zhao Gu? How did he become so strong? Why is he trying to kill me? Lin Anyun frowned as she began to think of retreating. Zhao Gu was too strange. She did not dare to fight him head-on. Flaming 9 gates. Without saying anything, Lin Anyun waved her hands. The laws of fire descended from the sky and transformed into 9 huge flaming gates. Rumble! A terrifying, muffled sound resounded, and the ground began to tremble violently. Numerous gigantic fire doors, each of which was dozens of feet tall, were stacked in front of Zhao Gu. There was a total of 9 of them, and they were stacked layer by layer in front of Zhao Gu. "Let's go." After doing all this, Lin Anyun stomped her foot and flew away. At the same time, she took out her communication jade token and immediately sent 2 messages to Mu Wendi and Song Xian. "Break." An indifferent voice resounded from behind him. Immediately, 9 muffled explosions sounded. The 9 flaming gates instantly collapsed as a slender figure strode out and chased after Lin Anyun. What kind of monster is this? My flaming 9 gates was destroyed. So easily? Lin Anyun, who was originally fleeing, naturally heard the commotion behind her. When she turned around and saw the shocking scene, she was greatly shocked. How did this guy's speed suddenly become so fast? It's basically teleportation. Lin Anyun's attention shifted from the door of flames to Zhao Ge, and she noticed that the latter had caught up to her as if he had teleported. He was clearly 1,000 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters behind her. In the blink of an eye, he was only 10 meters away from her. Where are you looking? The moment Lin Anyun turned her attention to the back, the Zhao Ge behind her disappeared. Then, an indifferent voice came from in front of her. Lin Anyun turned her head, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She discovered that Zhao Ge, who was originally behind her, had unknowingly appeared in front of her. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the void, golden light overflowing in all directions as it smashed heavily in front of Lin Anyun. Damn it! Lin Anyun cursed inwardly. With a pinch of her jade-like hand, she took out a fiery red longsword from her spirit ring. With a slash of the sword, the air was torn apart. Coupled with the law of fire, the might of the attack was multiplied. Bang! The spear and sword collided. Soon after, Lin Anyun felt her jade-like hand sink, and then the fiery red sword broke with a sound. How is this possible? Lin Anyun only had time to spit out this sentence before the long sword followed and smashed into her chest. Puchi! Lin Anyun spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky, heavily smashing into the stone forest below. In the other two directions of the stone forest, two figures were constantly searching the stone forest. A communication jade token? It's from junior sister Lin. Could something have happened? Song Xian, who was dressed in black, waved his right hand and took out a communication jade token. His eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, flickered slightly. Senior brother, hurry up and save me. I don't know what's wrong with Zhao Ge. He's actually chasing after me, and his strength has become terrifying. A crisp voice entered Song Xian's mind, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Zhao Ge, he's only a 9th-level Great Emperor. How can he be junior sister Anyun's match? There's something fishy about this. After pondering for a moment, Song Xian put away the communication jade token and took a step forward, flying in Lin Anyun's direction. However, whether the message was real or not, at least he knew that Lin Anyun was in trouble right now. On the other side of the stone forest, Mu Wendy also put away his communication jade token and flew in Lin Anyun's direction. Rumble! Lin Anyun landed heavily on the ground, but she was quite resilient. She endured the pain and flipped over. Clang! The moment Lin Anyun flipped over, a long spear flew over and stabbed into the ground where Lin Anyun was lying on. Looking at the long spear beside her, Lin Anyun's delicate body trembled. If she had reacted a little slower, she would have been pierced by the long spear. You're not Zhao Ge. Who are you? Lin Anyun stood up with difficulty, her beautiful eyes staring fixedly at the figure that was slowly walking over. Although Zhao Ge was an outer elder of the St. Martial sect, his strength couldn't be this terrifying. Zhao Ge was expressionless. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lin Anyun as if he had teleported. He pulled out the long spear with his right hand. The person who will kill you. After Zhao Ge finished speaking, a blazing golden light burst out from his right hand. If one looked closely, the golden light formed strange veins on his arm. Whoosh! The long spear was too fast. It was so fast that Lin Anyun couldn't catch it. No! Stop! Zhao Ge, you've gone too far. Two furious roars rushed over and resounded through the entire stone forest. Their voices were filled with shock and anger. Zhao Ge was expressionless. The long spear followed its original trajectory and swept past Lin Anyun's fair neck. Puchi! Lin Anyun's beautiful eyes were glazed. Before she could react, her head was thrown high into the air. A pillar of blood shot into the sky. Zhao Gu was ruthless. He grabbed Lin Anyun's nascent soul and placed it between his eyebrows. He planned to let the Fushi cauldron absorb the nascent soul. "You're courting death." Song Xian and Mu Wendy's pupils shrank. Their eyes were filled with rage. Mu Wendy even roared like a mad wolf. Whoosh! Soon after, Mu Wendy was even faster than Song Xian. He arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant and unleashed the energy of the law. "Bind!" Mu Wendy roared. The energy of the law instantly enveloped Zhao Gu like invisible air. A terrifying binding force wrapped around Zhao Gu, making it impossible for him to move. "You've got guts. How dare you kill junior sister, Anyun? Today, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." Mu Wendy's eyes were bloodshot. He seemed to have lost his mind. He walked step by step towards Zhuowen and pulled out a long saber with his right hand. Zhao Gu's eyes were calm. He didn't seem to be aware that he was in a desperate situation. Not far away, Song Xian slowly calmed down. His gaze fell on Zhao Gu. He was surprised when he saw the calm expression on the latter's face. Isn't Zhao Gu a little too calm? He doesn't seem like someone who's in a desperate situation. Something strange. Song Xian muttered. Just as he was about to warn Mu Wendy, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from below. At this moment, Mu Wendy was only 3 meters away from Zhao Gu. Even the hideous smile on Mu Wendy's face could be clearly seen. "Die!" Zhao Gu suddenly revealed a trace of a strange smile. Soon after, an extremely terrifying flame erupted from his entire body and immediately shattered the binding force. Moreover, the flames adhered to the surface of Zhao Gu's body, forming numerous fire veins. Then, he suddenly threw a punch at Mu Wendy. Mu Wendy's face stiffened. He hurriedly parried. He clearly didn't expect this to happen. He only had time to place the long saber in front of him to block the attack. Crack! The flaming fist arrived in an instant and slammed into the long saber. Soon after, cracks appeared on the long saber's surface. Moreover, the cracks continued to expand. In the end, the long saber shattered. The fist heavily slammed into Mu Wendy's chest. The powerful force and the scorching flames caused Mu Wendy to vomit a mouthful of blood as he was smashed to the ground. How is this possible? He shattered a high-grade Emperor weapon with a single punch. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Mu Wendy struggled on the ground. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Gu, filled with disbelief. Zhao Gu's movements were extremely fast, without the slightest hesitation. The moment he knocked Mu Wendy to the ground, he grabbed the long spear in his hand and fiercely spun it. The long spear spun violently and stabbed towards Mu Wendy's heart. "Damn it! Junior brother, Wendy!" Song Xian roared. Zhuowen was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Mu Wendy was knocked to the ground. Lin Anyun was dead. Song Xian naturally couldn't let Mu Wendy die in front of him. 10,000 miles of falling snow. Song Xian took a step forward. The law of ice burst out from his body. Instantly, the entire stone forest was covered in a large amount of snow. It was extremely terrifying. A wave of icy energy swept over like a hurricane, causing Zhao Gu to stiffen. The law of ice. But you can't stop me. Zhao Gu sneered. Another wave of law surged out from his body. Ice blue cold air soared into the sky, forming a huge snowstorm that blocked the approaching Song Xian. You also have the law of ice. In addition to the law of fire, you have mastered 2 types of law. The snowstorm was very powerful. It completely blocked Song Xian's charging figure. preventing him from approaching. Zhao Ge ignored Song Xian. The long spear didn't slow down. With a poochie sound, the long spear pierced through Mu Wendy's chest. No! Mu Wendy roared. Blood spurted out from his mouth. His eyes were wide open. He died, with everlasting regret. The moment the long spear pierced through his body, the vitality in his body was destroyed by the tyrannical power. Zhao Ge put away his nascent soul. Then he looked up at the ugly-looking Song Xian and grinned. It's your turn now. Song Xian retreated dozens of steps. His eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't see through this Zhao Ge in front of him. Who are you? Song Xian asked in a low voice. Chapter 1452. Song Xian, where's Zhao Ge? Song Xian asked darkly. I killed him, of course, Zhuowen said indifferently. Song Xian's eyes were filled with fury. He said, You've got guts. Zhao Ge is the outer supervisor of the Saint Martial sect. Wanda and Yen are both direct disciples of the Martial Marquis. How dare you kill the three of them? Don't worry. It's not just them. I'll take care of you as well. Zhuowen nodded seriously. This attitude made Song Xian's face turn red. He was about to explode from anger. Although you've mastered 2 types of laws, you're just an invincible Emperor Lord. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Song Xian smiled coldly. He clenched his right hand, and a palm-sized black ball appeared above his head. This black sphere contains a powerful power of law. This power of law is very familiar. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the black ball floating above Song Xian's head. Dark barrier, Song Xian said indifferently. The black ball instantly exploded. Countless black tentacles shot out in all directions. In an instant, the area within 100 miles of Zhuowen was covered in darkness. If one looked from the outside, they would see a huge black ball that was 100 miles wide. Dark energy surged out of it. It looked extremely terrifying. The laws of darkness. Zhuowen murmured in the empty darkness. No wonder Song Xian's power of law was so familiar. It was the laws of darkness. Long Xiaotian also had the laws of darkness. Its power was extraordinary. As he spoke, powerful flames erupted around Zhuowen. The darkness within a dozen feet of him was instantly dispelled by the flames. The laws of darkness is a special law. It's stronger than your laws of ice and fire combined. So what if you have 2 types of laws? Your cultivation is inferior to mine, and your laws aren't strong. You're dead. An indifferent voice rang out in the dark barrier. It echoed in Zhuowen's ears. The latter couldn't help but frown. Whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air rang out behind him. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and released his sharp perception. He suddenly bent down, and a pitch-black longsword streaked across the top of Zhuowen's head with a tearing sound. Clang! Zhuowen threw a punch behind him, smashing into the pitch-black longsword, followed by a muffled groan. What a strong brute force! To think that your physical body would be this frightening as well. I really want to know just how strong you are. However, I have to kill you today. A sinister laugh rang out from the darkness. It was Song Xian's voice. Soon after, Zhuowen discovered that the surrounding darkness had begun to squirm. In the end, they turned into shadows. To be more precise, they were Song Xian's shadows. These shadows all held pitch-black swords and charged at Zhuowen like black rain. Since you look down on my laws of ice and fire, I'll let you experience the power of these 2 laws. Zhuowen spat out these words indifferently. The energies of ice and fire began to surge to the surface of his body. His vigorous body was half blue and half red. His veins emitted a faint light, looking strange yet distinct. Zhuowen's eyes became extremely strange. His right eye was ice blue and filled with a dense chill, while his left eye was fiery red and burning. Boom! The moment he combined the laws of ice and fire, Zhuowen moved. He threw a punch, and the terrifying wind from his punch almost shattered the air. Then, the energies of ice and fire soared into the sky, condensing into a huge palace of ice and fire. Bang! The palace of ice and fire came crashing down like a mountain. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of shadows were crushed to the bottom, unable to move at all. Bang! 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 Zhuowen threw punch after punch. The ice and fire energy from each punch condensed into huge palaces of ice and fire in the air. The palaces of ice and fire pressed down, blocking the densely packed black figures in the surroundings. Damn it! A flustered and exasperated voice came from the darkness. It was vague and indistinct. It should be Song Xian's voice. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Two different colors alternated in his eyes. It looked extremely strange. He muttered in a low voice, "The laws of darkness are indeed difficult to deal with. The darkness of this darkness boundary is unusual. I can't see through it at all. However, I have mental power. I can use mental power to replace my eyes and sense Song Xian's location." With that, Zhuowen closed his eyes. His mud pill palace operated at high speed. Mental power surged out like countless tentacles that stretched for hundreds of miles. To Zhuowen's surprise, the darkness boundary created by the laws of darkness didn't hinder the spread of his mental power at all. Where is Song Xian? With his eyes closed, Zhuowen relied entirely on his mental power to sense the surrounding situation and search for Song Xian's figure. Found him. He's right here. Not long after, Zhuowen's senses found a figure. This figure was hidden in an inconspicuous corner on the left side of the darkness boundary. The laws of darkness enveloped this figure, causing him to completely blend into the darkness. Zhuowen didn't make a sound. He slowly approached the corner where Song Xian was. When he was a few dozen meters away, Song Xian suddenly raised his head. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. "What's going on with Zhuowen? He seems to be moving towards me. Did he discover me?" Song Xian frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice. However, he didn't believe it. The darkness created by the laws of darkness was difficult to see with the naked eye. He didn't believe that Zhuowen could discover him. However, when Zhuowen was only 10 meters away from him, Song Xian suddenly retreated. This time, he had no choice but to believe it. After all, how could Zhuowen be so certain that he was coming towards him? Kill! At this moment, Zhuowen leaped up with the tiger head clear gold spear in his hand. His entire body turned into an afterimage as he charged towards Song Xian. Darkness crush. Song Xian's expression was a little ugly. He hadn't expected that Zhuowen would actually discover him. He immediately mobilized the laws of darkness. Waves of dark energy came from all directions and pressed towards Zhuowen like countless tentacles. Break! Zhuowen wasn't afraid at all. He swung his spear. The energy of ice and fire turned into countless blades that swept out. Instantly, the countless black tentacles around him were sliced apart. Damn it! Song Xian snorted coldly. He made a grabbing motion with both hands. The laws of darkness gathered in his palms and formed two black swords. Ding ding! He swung the two swords, creating a powerful sword dance that slashed at the spear. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuowen naturally wasn't to be outdone. He swung his spear again and again. The energy of ice and fire were like pythons that would sweep out from tricky angles, aiming for Song Xian's vitals. However, Song Xian would always use the laws of darkness to evade the attacks. As a result, Song Xian was completely at a disadvantage between the two of them. The more Song Xian fought, the more shocked he became. How could this young man be so powerful? He was a half-saint who had mastered the laws of darkness. It was unbelievable that he was at an absolute disadvantage. Puchi, Song Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow. His lips and teeth were trembling. He looked at Zhuowen again. Zhuowen was unharmed. Instead, he seemed to be getting stronger as the battle went on. At this moment, Song Xian already had thoughts of retreating. But soon, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. If I detonate the dark barrier, I might be able to defeat him. Thinking of this, Song Xian immediately blended into the darkness and retreated. Before long, he had retreated to the edge of the barrier. Zhuowen was slightly puzzled, but he still chased after Song Xian. However, Song Xian revealed a trace of a strange smile, and he actually entered the edge of the darkness and instantly vanished. Oh, Song Xian left the dark barrier. Zhuowen arrived at the edge of the barrier and smashed his spear at it. He found that the barrier formed by the laws of darkness was exceptionally sturdy. He couldn't damage it at all. Oh, the surrounding dark energy is starting to go berserk. Zhuowen sensed something and looked around. He found that the darkness around him was wriggling violently. It was like black soil. It was extremely terrifying. Outside the dark barrier, Song Xian's eyes were ferocious. He said coldly, "You should be able to die peacefully under the dark barrier." As he spoke, Song Xian stood in the air and formed seals with his hands. Then he slammed his right palm on the surface of the dark barrier. Psst, psst. The surface of the dark barrier began to wriggle violently. A wave of violent energy spread out. Rumble! The wriggling of the dark barrier did not last for long. The instant it reached its limit, it exploded with a loud bang. Terrifying, explosive energy overflowed in all directions, shooting straight into the sky, causing the sky to darken by a lot. The explosion of dark energy might not be as brilliant as an ordinary explosion, but its power was far beyond that of an ordinary explosion. The surrounding stone forest was turned into ruins by the dark energy. Several hundred miles away, at the top of an inconspicuous stone forest, Zhao Gu crouched down and looked at the scene in shock. Song Xian detonated the dark barrier. Zhuowen is most likely dead. Zhao Ji's eyes were wide open. Qinwen couldn't die. He had been poisoned by the infant corrosion goo. If Qinwen died, he wouldn't be able to live for more than 3 months. He would also be finished. It's over. Qinwen is dead. I'm also finished, Zhao Gu said dejectedly. The explosion of darkness energy lasted for a cup of tea's time. Then it gradually disappeared. Song Xian, who was floating in the air, looked down with indifferent eyes. He was shocked to find a huge palace of ice and fire standing below. This palace of ice and fire was completely different from the one Zhuowen had summoned before. Its surface was covered in 9 colors. Among the 9 colors, there were strands of pitch black. It looked extremely strange. For some reason, this palace of ice and fire gave Song Xian a great sense of danger. It was even more dangerous than any of the palaces that Zhuowen had summoned before. Dark barrier? It doesn't seem very powerful. Chapter 1453. Thump. How is this possible? Song Xian's eyes narrowed as he roared. He flipped his hands in a seal, and the law of darkness surged. At the same time, a ray of black light shot out from between his brows. The black light and the law of darkness fused together, erupting with terrifying black light. Then, the black light began to wriggle wildly with the help of the law of darkness. In the end, it formed a strange beast that was several meters long. It was pitch black, like a tiger with dog fur. It was 2 feet long, had a human face, tiger feet, pig teeth and a tail that was 18 feet long. My armor soul and after fusing with the law of darkness, it's even stronger than before. If you don't summon your armor soul, you'll die without a doubt. Song Xian calmed down a lot after summoning his armor soul. He looked down at the young man standing in the ice fire palace and said indifferently, I really don't need to summon my armor soul to deal with you. Zhuowen said indifferently. He pushed off with his right foot and somersaulted out of the ice fire palace. Then he swung his spear and smashed it into the side of the palace. Rumble! The ice and fire palace, which was hundreds of meters tall, rose from the ground and shot toward Song Xian. Humph! How dare you be so arrogant? Song Xian snorted coldly and waved his right hand. Baiyan roared and stomped its thick front hooves in the air. It descended from the sky like a vigorous leopard. Rumble! When the Baiyan arrived in front of the ice and fire palace, it suddenly swung its front hooves and landed on the ice and fire palace, causing a series of explosions to resound. Terrifying law of darkness erupted from Baiyan's body. The law of darkness turned into black lightning that spread around Baiyan. Then Baiyan's strength increased by hundreds and thousands. Bang! With the help of the law of darkness, Baiyan punched through the ice fire palace. Then it turned into a black shadow that shuttled through the palace and destroyed it. In just an instant, the ice fire palace collapsed and disappeared into thin air. Oh, it broke through the ice fire palace? Zhuowen was stunned. He hadn't expected Song Xian's armor soul to be so strong. Even the ice fire palace couldn't withstand it. Hee, arrogant and conceited fellow, you will pay the price later. The corners of Song Xian's mouth curled into a smile, and a trace of pride appeared in his eyes. Clearly, he was quite excited that Tao Wu had destroyed the ice fire palace. At the same time, he felt that the young man in front of him shouldn't have any more trump cards. Whoosh! Upon receiving Song Xian's order, Baiyan roared and swooped down toward Zhuowen. At the same time, Song Xian followed closely behind. The law of darkness condensed a black blade in his hands as he leaped onto Baiyan's back. He looked down at Zhuowen from above as if he was examining his prey. Zhuowen took a deep breath and gathered the power of the void on his right fist. The void laws were much stronger than the ice and fire laws. In fact, they were even more terrifying than Song Xian's darkness laws. Void! With a low shout, Zhuowen suddenly punched out. The laws of the void revolved around his right fist, erupting with powerful void force. You're courting death. Song Xian sneered at the sight of Zhuowen's gentle punch. Baiyan clawed down to meet Zhuowen's punch. Rumble! Song Xian's face immediately froze. He felt as if the surrounding void had collapsed the moment Zhuowen's punch arrived. Then, the small part of the void, where Baiyan's claw was located, began to shatter. Baiyan cried out miserably as his right claw was crushed along with the shattering void. It's not over yet. Zhuowen bent down and punched again. The power of the void laws surged out and landed on Baiyan's chest. Then, the power of the void spread all over Baiyan's body. Crack! Baiyan cried out miserably as the power of the void surrounded him. Cracks appeared on his body, and in the end, he shattered like glass. Song Xian was shocked. He stomped his right foot and hurriedly left Baiyan's body. Looking at the shattered Baiyan, his whole body trembled. The power of the law again. Other than the laws of ice and fire, you have a third one? What kind of law is that? It's so powerful. Song Xian exclaimed in disbelief. The law of the void. You can die in peace now. Zhuowen slowly raised his head and stepped into the void. When he reappeared, he was behind Song Xian. He clenched his fist, and the void around Song Xian froze. Song Xian's body was also frozen, unable to move. I'm the first personal disciple of the Saint Martial sect. You can't kill me. Song Xian roared, both shocked and enraged. The fear of death made him completely abandon his dignity and beg Zhuo Wen for mercy. It's because you're a personal disciple of the Saint Martial sect that you deserve to die. Zhuo Wen didn't waste any more words. He clenched his right hand, and the power of the void that trapped Song Xian began to compress. Then, inch by inch, Song Xian was crushed into nothingness. Hiss! What a terrifying guy! Song Xian was killed just like that, and he has mastered 3 kinds of laws. Who is this Qin one? Hundreds of miles away, Zhao Gu, who had been watching the battle, gasped when he saw this scene. Just now, when the two of them were fighting, he had clearly seen Zhuo Wen release the power of the laws of ice, fire, and the void. Anyone who could master 3 kinds of laws was definitely a genius, a peerless genius. When he grew up, he would definitely be a terrifying expert at the level of a mighty hero. After doing all this, Zhuo Wen seemed very calm. With his current strength, he could crush an ordinary half-saint even without using the power of the saint body. Song Xian's strength definitely surpassed that of an ordinary half-saint, but he was still nothing in front of Zhuo Wen. After all, the law of the void was extremely terrifying. Combined with the law of ice and the law of fire, he would be invincible among half-saints. Of course, if Zhuo Wen used the 2 special laws of death and desolation, he could definitely kill Song Xian. But that would be a waste of talent. Lord Qin! Zhao Gu rushed over and stood respectfully beside Zhuo Wen like an obedient servant. Originally, he thought that Zhuo Wen and Song Xian would both be injured, and then he would sit back and reap the benefits. But now it seemed that he was completely wrong and very wrong. Qin Wen was like a vast ocean in front of him. He couldn't see through him at all. Even Zhao Gu was a little uncertain about his cultivation. Previously, Qin Wen had shown that his cultivation was at the 7th level Emperor realm. Later, it was the 9th level Emperor realm. Now, he was directly at the half-saint realm. Zhao Gu was really afraid that this guy was still hiding his strength. Maybe this young man in front of him was a saint. He shouldn't be a saint. If he was, he would have crushed Song Xian and the other 2. He wouldn't have fought for so long. Zhao Gu thought to himself. At the same time, he came to a conclusion about Zhuo Wen's strength. He was infinitely close to a saint, much stronger than most half-saints. Zhao Gu, let's go back to Saint Martial City. Zhuo Wen glanced indifferently at Zhao Gu, then left the stone forest. Zhao Gu naturally didn't dare to object, and followed closely behind. Zhuo Wen's gaze fell on Saint Martial City, and a playful smile appeared on his face. His next target was Wu Ho's son, Wu Zhantian. In the core area of the Saint Martial sect, a majestic building stood tall. This building was called the Life Tablet Pavilion, and it held the life tablets of the sect's important disciples and higher-ups. When these important people died, their corresponding life tablets would shatter. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, the sound of 3 glass shattering rang out from the building. What's going on? I think I heard something shattering coming from the attic. The 2 guards standing at the entrance of the Life Tablet Pavilion looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Let's go in and take a look. One of the guards suggested, and the other immediately agreed. Thus, the 2 of them pushed open the door and entered. This is bad. The life tablets of all 3 of Wu Ho's direct disciples have shattered. We must inform Wu Ho as soon as possible. The 2 guards sat down on the ground and immediately realized the severity of the situation. They immediately stood up and left the Life Tablet Pavilion. In the central hall of the Saint Martial sect, An old man held a walking stick with both hands and looked at the two trembling guards with a dignified gaze. You mean to say that Song Xian, Mu Wendy, and Lin Anyun's life tablets have all shattered? Although the old man's voice was calm, there was a hint of murderous intent in his tone. It was like the calm before the storm. Great Elder, I saw it with my own eyes. I can't be wrong. The two guards kneeled on the ground and hurriedly said, "Crack!" The old man suddenly gripped his walking stick. Instantly, the wooden walking stick turned into countless wood shavings and flew everywhere. "How dare you? Who is it? How dare you kill 3 of my St. Martial sect's personal disciples?" As he spoke, a terrifying saint aura burst out from the old man's body and spread throughout the entire hall. The two guards who were prostrating on the ground couldn't withstand it and stuck to the ground, unable to get up at all. "Great Elder, I'm afraid there's something fishy about this." A faint voice came from the back of the hall, followed by steady footsteps. When the footsteps stopped, a young man who was no more than 30 years old appeared in the old man's line of sight. The young man had thick eyebrows and a high nose. His eyes were as bright as silver stars, and he had a medium build and strong limbs. At first glance, he didn't look like a dazzling figure, but he inadvertently revealed a fierce and powerful aura, giving people the feeling that he was unshakable. "Zhan Tian, did you discover something?" The old man's eyes flashed, and his tone softened a lot. The young man in front of him was Wu Ho's son, Wu Zhantian. His talent was terrifying, and his strength was abnormal. Although he hadn't entered the saint realm yet, his strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary half-saint, and was infinitely close to that of a profound sage. Even if Wu Zhantian encountered a profound sage powerhouse, he might not be a match for them, but he could still escape if he wanted to. This was an extremely amazing thing. Chapter 1454. Wu Zhantian. I sensed something the moment their life tablet shattered. That's why I went to investigate their whereabouts today. Wu Zhantian said unhurriedly. "What did you find?" The old man's eyes lit up. Wu Zhantian's gaze was deep as he said, "The 3 of them followed Zhao Gu out of St. Martial City today, and their life tablets shattered one after another." "Oh, you mean to say that Zhao Gu was the one who killed them?" the old man asked in surprise. "That's not true. Zhao Ji's strength can't possibly be that strong. I'm afraid that Zhao Gu joined forces with outsiders to lure out Song Xian and the other 2 before killing them. After all, Zhao Ji's life plate is still intact," Wu Zhantian said indifferently. The old man stood up and said, "What is Zhao Gu?" He actually dared to collude with others to kill 3 direct disciples of my St. Martial sect. He's simply courting death. He really deserves to die. If I'm not wrong, it's very likely that the ones who killed them were experts from other secluded realms. There must be saints among them, Wu Zhantian said with killing intent in his eyes. Damn it! How dare they bully our martial dark realm like this? Killing Song Xian, and the other 2 is probably to weaken our sacred martial sect's chances of victory in the 9 Underworld Conference. Damn it! The old man said resentfully. Should we inform the sect master? The old man continued to ask. Wu Zhantian shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Even if it's the other secluded realms, it's impossible for them to send powerful saints. Otherwise, Father would definitely sense it. Moreover, Father is at the critical moment of breaking through to the Sky Sage realm. It's best not to disturb him." The old man nodded in agreement. Although his cultivation was higher than Wu Zhantian's, his status in the sect was equal to Wu Zhantian's. After all, Wu Zhantian was the son of a martial marquis and extremely talented. Once he broke through to the profound sage realm, his strength would definitely surpass this old man's. The old man was naturally very polite to Wu Zhantian, What we need to do now is to search the entire city for Zhao Ge. Once we find him, we'll be able to find the person behind him. I'll have to trouble you to arrange this. First Elder, Wu Zhantian said as he cupped his hands respectfully towards the old man. His attitude made the old man beam with joy. No problem. Leave the search to me. Once there's a result, I'll inform you. The old man smiled. After another round of discussion, Wu Zhantian left the main hall while the old man continued to search for Zhao Ge. Outside the Martial Saint City, Zhuowen waved his right hand and stopped Zhao Ge from continuing forward. What's wrong, Lord Qin? Zhao Ge asked curiously. You're wanted, Zhuowen said calmly. Zhao Ge was taken aback. Soon after, he followed Zhuowen's gaze and landed on the piece of paper pasted at the entrance. There was a portrait drawn on the paper. The portrait belonged to Zhao Ge. This Zhao Ge's face turned ugly. He quickly turned around and covered his face so that the guards at the city gate wouldn't see him. Looks like the Saint Martial sect already knows about Song Xian and the other two's deaths. They're already pointing their spear at you, Zhuowen said calmly. Lord Qin, what should I do now? Zhao Ge asked anxiously. Leave the martial dark realm. Go as far as you can, Zhuowen said calmly. Zhao Ge nodded. Soon after, he said hesitantly, Lord Qin, what about the antidote for my soul-eroding venomous insect? Take it. Zhuowen flicked his finger and handed Zhao Ge a simple and unadorned pill. Zhao Ge took the pill and smiled happily. He cupped his hands at Zhuowen and hurriedly fled in the opposite direction of the Martial Saint City. Now that he was wanted by the Saint Martial sect, how would he dare to enter the Martial Saint City and walk right into their trap? The Saint Martial sect's reaction is really fast. Zhuowen did not pay any attention to Zhao Ge, who had left. Instead, he directly stepped into Martial Saint City. Without a doubt, the Martial Saint City was currently in a state of panic and was heavily guarded. On the large streets, groups of disciples wearing the Saint Martial sect's uniform were constantly inspecting the surroundings. Zhuowen was even questioned a few times. However, Zhuowen answered fluently and quickly dismissed the Saint Martial sect's disciples' interrogation. I can't go to the life of luxury anymore. I have to find a new inn to stay in first. Zhuowen shook his head as he looked at the surrounding people, who were in a state of panic. He quickly left the street and randomly chose an inconspicuous inn, after which he booked a room and checked in. I can't use the name Qin anymore. I'm afraid that Zhao Ge won't be able to escape from the martial dark realm. Sitting cross-legged in the dark room, Zhuowen muttered softly. The muscles on his face squirmed again. His originally handsome face began to become ordinary and honest. If Zhuowen was a valiant young master before, he was now a mountain village youth. When he smiled, he could reveal a row of white and flawless teeth. He looked quite dry. My new name will be He-Wan. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, the Martial Saint City could be said to be in a state of panic. The Saint Martial sect had mobilized all their disciples to search for Zhao Ge. As for Zhuowen, he would go out every day to gather information. His only goal now was the son of the martial marquis, Wu Zhantian. After killing Wu Zhantian, he planned to return to the Divine Void Realm and wait for the 9 Netherworld realm to begin. After all, time was limited. Zhuowen couldn't take revenge on every Netherworld realm. It was too much of a waste of time. After completing the revenge plan in the Martial Dark Realm, Zhuowen planned to take revenge on the remaining Netherworld realms in the 9 Netherworld Conference. I heard that Zhao Ge was captured yesterday and is now being escorted back to the Saint Martial sect. This Zhao Ge is really daring. He actually colluded with outsiders to kill Song Yuan, Mu Wenda, and Lin Anyan, the 3 direct disciples of the Saint Martial sect. There must be something wrong with his head. I heard that there's someone behind this Zhao Ge. It's said to be a young man named Qinwen. What's even more unbelievable is that the one who killed the 3 was also Qinwen. This Qinwen is really powerful. Where did he come from? He actually killed 3 direct disciples of the Saint Martial sect by himself. Walking out of the inn, Zhuowen heard the discussions of many cultivators in the restaurant. Among them, Qinwen's name had spread throughout the Martial Saint city. He had killed 3 direct disciples of the Saint Martial sect by himself, including the half-step Saint Song Yuan. Moreover, Qinwen was still young. Therefore, once the news spread, Qinwen's name spread throughout the Martial Saint city. All of you, shut up. Whoever dares to mention Qinwen again, I'll tear their mouths apart. Suddenly, an angry snort rang out in the inn. Then, the heated discussions of the crowd quieted down, and their gazes fell on the source of the voice. It came from a table near the window. There were 7 figures sitting at the table, 5 men and 2 women. The one who had slammed the table and stood up was a young woman. The woman wore a long green dress. Her lips were thin, revealing a trace of harshness. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared unkindly at the people who were discussing around her. It's Wu Zhirong, the daughter of Marquis Wu. I didn't expect her to be in this inn. How unlucky! The cultivators who had been talking loudly just now kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to refute or make a sound. This Wu Zhirong's background wasn't small. They didn't dare to be presumptuous. Marquis Wu's daughter? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed dangerously. He retreated to a corner and coldly watched the scene in the inn. What's wrong? Weren't you all talking happily just now? Why are you all silent now? Wu Zhirong said sarcastically. The inn became very quiet. No one spoke. In front of Marquis Wu's daughter, who dared to speak carelessly. Since you all aren't talking, then I'll drag you out and continue. Wu Zhirong sneered. Then she gave a look to the 5 male disciples of the sacred martial sect at the table. The 5 male disciples nodded as they received the order. They rushed out and transformed into 5 shadows. In an instant, they rushed to the few tables where the discussion was the fiercest. Suddenly, screams rang out in the inn. The cultivators who were the fiercest at the tables were all subdued by the 5 disciples. Wu Zhirong lifted her chin up high, like a proud peacock. She walked over step by step and stepped on a young cultivator. This cultivator was one of the people who had been the fiercest in the discussion. Puchi, that cultivator, was caught off guard. His chest was stepped on by Wu Zhirong, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I dare you to say that Qin won again. I think I heard you say that he's very powerful. Let me tell you, in front of my big brother Wu Zhantian, that Qinwen is just a piece of trash. Haven't you been hiding your head and tail for the past few days and not daring to come out? As Wu Zhirong spoke, she waved her jade-like hand and took out a silver soft whip from her waist. She waved it, and the tip of the soft whip coiled around the cultivator's neck like a venomous snake. Boom! Wu Zhirong swung her right hand, and the cultivator's face turned red. He was lifted up by the huge force of the soft whip and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 Wu Zhirong was very decisive. She waved her jade-like hand, and the cultivator was lifted up by the soft whip and swung around. His internal organs were in turmoil, and he kept spitting out blood. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Wu Zhirong threw the cultivator to the ground. The cultivator screamed and stopped breathing. He was smashed to death. Hiss! Gasps rang out one after another. Many people in the inn saw this scene, and their eyes were filled with fear and dread. This Wu Zhirong was really unscrupulous. She threw someone to his death on the spot. This person was just talking, and he was killed by Wu Zhirong. She was really too overbearing. However, the people around them were angry but did not dare to say anything. They just watched silently. "Senior Sister Wu, how should we deal with these people?" A disciple suddenly asked Wu Zhirong. "Kill them. Kill them all. That Qin Wen is a wanted criminal. How dare he say that Qin Wen is good? He's simply courting death. What's the point of keeping such a person in this world?" Wu Zhirong raised her chin and said coldly, "Yes." The 5 male disciples nodded seriously. They immediately took out their weapons and slashed down. They wanted to kill the captured cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 1455. Challenge the cold light was too fast. The 5 disciples didn't even have time to react. 5 arms flew into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Wu Zhirong's expression changed drastically. Her beautiful eyes flashed coldly as she said, "Who is it? How dare you be so presumptuous?" The Saint Martial sect is the ruler of the martial dark realm. Is everyone so unreasonable? They don't even give us the right to talk. An unhurried voice was slowly transmitted over. Immediately, a tall and straight figure walked over from a corner of the restaurant. Everyone looked over and saw an honest-looking young man slowly walking over with a smile on his face. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the business of the Saint Martial sect?" Wu Zhirong's beautiful eyes were filled with hostility. However, she didn't dare to act rashly. This young man was able to cut off the right arm of the 5 disciples in an instant. His strength was far beyond the average high-level martial emperor realm. The others in the restaurant also looked curiously at the ordinary-looking young man in front of them. They whispered to each other, "It's not that I want to meddle in the business of the Saint Martial sect. It's just that you guys have crossed the line." Zhuowen smiled and said indifferently, "Crossed the line? The Saint Martial city was built by the Saint Martial sect. In this place, the Saint Martial sect is above everyone else. In this place, the Saint Martial sect is the sky. Who dares to go against us?" Wu Zhirong raised her head and puffed out her chest. Her beautiful eyes flashed with arrogance. With a colossus like the Saint Martial sect and her status as the daughter of a martial marquis, who dared to disobey her? Many cultivators in the restaurant were in an uproar. However, none of them dared to say anything. After all, Wu Zhirong was the daughter of a martial marquis. Who would dare to offend her? Slap! The clear sound of a slap resounded just as his voice faded. Soon after, the entire restaurant descended into silence. Wu Zhirong was holding her swollen hand as she stared blankly at the young man in front of her. After a short moment of shock, Wu Zhirong suddenly screamed and waved her hand. The silver soft whip was like a silver snake as it swept towards Zhuowen's vitals. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He grabbed the silver soft whip with his right hand. What? Wu Zhirong was shocked. The silver soft whip was a high-level martial emperor weapon. It was powerful. How could this person grab it realm martial emperor, with his bare hands? Slap! Zhuowen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Wu Zhirong, who had sunk into madness. He turned his hand and slapped her again. Another crisp slap resounded. The terrifying strength of the slap almost made Wu Zhirong dizzy. Her mind was somewhat muddled. The restaurant was extremely quiet. Everyone looked at the young man in front of them with strange gazes. This kid was really daring. He was so unbridled in the martial saint city, slapping the daughter of a martial marquis. Wu Zhirong, bastard, let Miss Wu. The Saint Martial Marquis. Martial Marquis, Martial Marquis to Wu, to Martial Marquis, to Martial to God to Marquis Mara Marquis. As for the other girl at the table, she was so scared that she didn't know what to do. She just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Zhirong suppressed her voice. She sounded like she was about to cry. She was Marquis's daughter. No one had dared to hit her since she was young. She felt wronged. Although she wanted nothing more than to tear this damnable fellow to shreds, she also knew that it was of no use at all. This kid's strength was too strong. Nothing much. My name is Zhuowen. I'm a wild crane in Martial Netherrealm. I've been in seclusion for dozens of years. I heard that Marquis's son, Wu Zhantian, is the #1 genius in Martial Netherrealm. I don't agree, Zhuowen said. The crowd was in an uproar. Zhuowen's words were obvious. He didn't agree that Wu Zhantian was the #1 genius in Martial Netherrealm. At the same time, he pointed out that he was a hidden martial artist in Martial Netherrealm. Hidden martial artists existed in every Martial Netherrealm. Most of them didn't want to be involved in the conflicts of the mortal world. They wanted to develop their forces in peace. However, being low-key didn't mean that they were weak. They just didn't show it. Thinking of this, many of the surrounding martial artists understood that the reason why this young man was so calm was probably because the hidden force behind him wasn't weak. What do you mean? You want to challenge my big brother? Wu Zhirong asked strangely. Why not? Shouldn't the title of the #1 genius be given to the strongest? I'm about the same age as Wu Zhantian, and I'm also quite strong. If I challenge Wu Zhantian and defeat him, the #1 genius title should belong to me, Zhuowen said arrogantly. Many of the surrounding martial artists had strange looks on their faces. Although this young man looked unfathomable, there was still a gap between him and Wu Zhantian. Wu Zhantian was the son of Marquis and the strongest genius in Saint Martial's sect. His strength was much more terrifying than Song Xian's. It was said that he was infinitely close to becoming a profound sage. Ordinary profound sages couldn't kill Wu Zhantian. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Wu Zhantian was. To be able to escape from a sage without entering the sage realm, one must have heaven-defying strength. Wu Zhirong was startled. She smiled contemptuously and said, Are you dreaming? My big brother's strength is comparable to an ordinary profound sage. Who do you think you are? You dare to challenge him? The ignorant are truly fearless. *slap. Zhuowen didn't hold back and slapped Wu Zhirong again. He said indifferently, Do I need you to tell me who I am? If you don't want to be slapped, I think you'd better think before you speak. The crisp sound of the slap attracted the attention of many people, especially when they saw Wu Zhirong's bulging face. The corners of their eyes twitched. But even more people were secretly giving her a thumbs up. Wu Zhirong relied on her status as the daughter of Marquis and could be described as unruly and domineering in St. Martial City. Many people in St. Martial City couldn't stand this woman. If it weren't for St. Martial sect, someone would have already come out to slap her. Wu Zhirong didn't dare to speak carelessly anymore. She silently lowered her head, but her beautiful eyes flashed with resentment. Today, she was slapped in front of everyone. To her, it was an indescribable humiliation. Since you approve of your big brother, Wu Zhantian, then let's do it this way. Call him out and compete with him. I want to see if his title as the #1 genius is worthy of it. Zhuowen stood proudly. His eyes emitted an intense light that couldn't be looked at directly. This kid actually wants to challenge Wu Zhantian. His courage is commendable. Although Wu Zhantian hasn't entered the profound sage realm, His strength is exceptionally terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Wu Zhantian's name shook the entire martial nether realm. Few people didn't know him. Furthermore, this kid was indeed from Saint Martial's sect. He was the #1 genius of martial nether realm. It could even be said that Wu Zhantian's fame in the Nine Nether Realm was similar to Mo when in the Desolate Nether Realm. Although the two hadn't fought before, they were often compared. Of course, other than these two, the #1 geniuses of other nether realms were also extremely terrifying. For example, Yang Yi of the Divine Nether Realm gave people the feeling that he was unfathomable. Zhuowen didn't care about the discussions around him. Instead, he carried Wu Zhirong out of the restaurant and walked towards Saint Martial's sect in the center of Saint Martial City. There's a good show to watch. Looks like this kid is really going to challenge Wu Zhantian and the entire Saint Martial sect. Zhuowen's action immediately attracted the attention of many martial artists. They all followed behind him. Not good. This Hewen is too daring. He actually dares to look down on our Saint Martial sect, and even carry Miss Wu like this. The 5 male disciples who had their arms cut off had already stopped the bleeding. Seeing Wu Zhirong being carried away, their faces changed, and they all followed behind. In the huge square in front of Saint Martial's sect, Zhuowen carried Wu Zhirong openly and walked to the square unhurriedly. Isn't this the daughter of Marquis Wu Zhirong? Why is she being carried like this? Who is this kid? How dare he be so disrespectful to Marquis Wu's daughter? Is he tired of living? There were many people in the square. When Zhuowen arrived, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, Zhuowen was carrying Wu Zhirong, a well-known character. How dare he be so disrespectful to Miss Wu? Soon, a group of people wearing Saint Martial's sect's uniform came to the square. The leader was a man in his 30s. He came with an aggressive aura. Especially when he saw Wu Zhirong in Zhuowen's hand, he was even more furious. He took a step forward and swung the long spear in his hand. It was like an arrow leaving the bow, aiming for Zhuowen's vitals. The man followed closely behind. His emperor's aura of the 8th level martial emperor realm came crashing down. Many people in the square looked at him in awe. Boom! Zhuowen threw out a punch, and the long spear exploded. Then, without changing the momentum of his punch, he smashed the man's arm. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking was heard. The man screamed in pain. His right hand was distorted and flew out, crashing onto the ground. An 8th level martial emperor realm expert killed in one move. Many martial artists in the square were stunned by this scene. Many of them couldn't even react. My target today is Wu Zhantian. My name is He1. I came from the secluded place of the martial nether realm. I just came out of seclusion not long ago. I heard that the #1 genius of the martial nether realm is called Wu Zhantian, and he seems to be quite famous. So, I'm here to see if this Wu Zhantian is worthy of his name. Zhuowen leaped up and floated above the square. A powerful saint's aura spread out, causing the whole square to stagnate for a moment. What a powerful aura! This kid is also a half-step saint. He's so young, but he's already a half-step saint. No wonder he wants to challenge Wu Zhantian. I didn't expect that the secluded forces could cultivate such a genius. It's really a coincidence. I just don't know how big of a chance this kid has compared to Wu Zhantian. I'm afraid his chance of winning is not high. Wu Zhantian is said to have mastered 3 types of law power. He's a rare genius of the Saint Martial sect. Wu Ho has poured countless blood to cultivate him. His combat strength is extremely terrifying. This young man can't compare to him. Chapter 1456. Life and death determined. What's going on? What happened at the sacred martial square. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from the front of the square. Immediately after, an old man in a long robe with mottled hair and beard walked out of the crowd. The old man's aura was extremely vast, and a saint aura that was even stronger than Zhuowen's spread out. Like a mountain, it rumbled towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he coldly snorted, but he was not afraid. The two saint auras collided, setting off a terrifying hurricane in the sky above the square. Interesting. To be able to reach the half-step saint realm at such a young age, that's not bad. The old man raised his eyebrows and said with a slightly gloomy face, "But the biggest mistake you've made now is to offend my sacred martial sect, and even injure that girl, Zhirong." Speaking up to here, the old man's eyes flashed with killing intent, and the saint aura in his body became even more terrifying. It surged out like countless mountains were pressing down. Boom! Zhuowen punched the air and retreated a few steps. Only then was he able to block the terrifying saint might. "Avoid Saint Realm, Saint." Squinting his eyes, Zhuowen looked at the old man in front of him with some surprise. It seemed that although the sacred martial sect was not as powerful as the excellent Divine Institute, it could not be underestimated. Other than Wu Ho, there was also a saint in the sect. Of course, the old man in front of him was only a void Saint Realm Saint, the first of the 5 profound saints. He had just entered the profound saint realm. If Zhuowen directly used his saint body, this old man might not be his opponent. However, Zhuowen's target this time was Wu Zhantian. Without a doubt, Wu Zhantian's potential was much greater than this old man's. In the future, his cultivation would very likely surpass Wu Ho's. In addition, Wu Zhantian was Wu Ho's son. If he killed Wu Zhantian, Wu Ho would feel the real pain. You actually blocked this old man's saint aura. Not bad. The old man squinted his eyes and said with some surprise. Whoosh! Wu Zhirong flashed to the old man's side and glared at Zhuowen fiercely. "Great Elder, this brat is too audacious. He doesn't even put our saint martial sect in his eyes. What's more hateful is that this guy even hit me." After entering the square, Zhuowen released Wu Zhirong. Although Zhuowen really wanted to kill Wu Zhirong, this was the headquarters of the Saint Martial sect, and his target was Wu Zhantian. Naturally, he couldn't escalate the conflict immediately. The old man's gaze was somewhat unfriendly. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and said, "You are from the hidden faction of the Martial Nether Realm? What's your name?" "Congratulations," Zhuowen replied indifferently and continued, "I've always heard of how impressive and powerful that Wu Zhantian is. In the Martial Nether Realm, he is an invincible existence among the younger generation. Today, Hewen would like to seek advice from that Wu Zhantian. Of course, if that Wu Zhantian doesn't dare to accept the challenge and wants to be a coward, or if your Saint Martial sect wants to bully him with numbers, then just pretend that I didn't say anything." As soon as these words came out, the entire square was in an uproar. Everyone stared at the Great Elder at the end of the square with great interest. Wu Zhantian was extremely famous in the Martial Nether Realm. It was said that when Wu Zhantian was an invincible Emperor Lord, he had challenged the Saint Martial sect's Sage-to-Be and defeated the Sage-to-Be. At that time, this matter had caused a sensation in the entire Martial Nether Realm. It was also because of this matter that Wu Zhantian was crowned as the #1 genius of the younger generation. Later on, Wu Zhantian had advanced to the Sage-to-Be. Without a doubt, his strength was much more terrifying than the invincible Emperor Lord. The current Wu Zhantian's strength was already comparable to the experts of the older generation. How would the younger generation cultivators dare to challenge such an existence? But now, a young genius from a hidden force had suddenly appeared. His cultivation had also reached the sage-to-be realm, and his battle strength was also extraordinary. Now that he had declared that he wanted to challenge Wu Zhantian, it naturally attracted the attention of many people in the square. Moreover, due to Zhuowen's insolent performance, the news of him challenging Wu Zhantian had spread throughout the St. Martial city in a short period of time. Many cultivators in the city heard the news and gathered outside the square. They all wanted to see the true face of this young man who dared to challenge Wu Zhantian, a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually wants to challenge my brother. Grand Elder, just kill this damned fellow, Wu Zhirong said with a sneer. What? Wu Zhantian is a coward, and now he wants the elders of the sect to be his shield? Is this the so-called number one force of the Martial Nether Realm, the St. Martial sect? Zhuowen was not afraid and said indifferently. Wu Zhirong's pretty face changed slightly and said coldly, "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. My brother is the number one genius of the St. Martial sect. He isn't someone that any random person can challenge. Do you have the qualifications?" Ha ha, look at your swollen cheeks. You say, I don't have the qualifications? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with ridicule as he pointed at Wu Zhirong's swollen face. Instantly, the gazes of the surrounding cultivators, who had not been paying attention to Wu Zhirong, all gathered over. Soon after, many of them suppressed their laughter as they whispered to each other. Wu Zhirong was so angry that her body trembled and her pretty face flushed red. She knew that Zhuowen's actions were definitely intentional. This made her gnash her teeth in hatred. The great elder frowned slightly, and his eyes emitted a cold light. However, he could not take action. After all, he was a saint of the St. Martial sect, and this young man was just a junior. If he took action, it would undoubtedly be bullying the weak. Moreover, he disdained to take action against a cultivator who was not a saint. Moreover, the reason that this young man used was not inappropriate. After all, he was only here to challenge Wu Zhantian. Although his method was a little arrogant, the St. Martial sect would not oppress him just because of this. After all, now that everyone was watching, the great elder naturally could not use underhanded means. Although this young man is also a half-step saint, and his aura is quite strong compared to Zhantian, the gap is not small. Challenging Zhantian is courting death. The great elder's eyes flickered. He was very clear about Wu Zhantian's terrifying strength. If this young man in front of him fought against Wu Zhantian, his chances of winning would not be more than 30%. Thinking of this, the great elder took out a communication jade charm from his spiritual ring and sent a message to Wu Zhantian. He silently put it down and looked down at Zhuowen indifferently. Zhantian agrees to your challenge. He will be here soon. Hua. As soon as the great elder's words came out, the square was in an uproar. All the cultivators were extremely excited, and their eyes were filled with excitement. No one expected that Wu Zhantian would actually accept the challenge. Ever since Wu Zhantian's cultivation had broken through to the half-step saint, he had never been challenged again. The most recent time was a few years ago when Wu Zhantian broke through to the invincible emperor realm and took the initiative to challenge a half-step saint elder of the sect. That battle was extremely exciting and caused Wu Zhantian's reputation to soar. And the location of that battle was the sacred martial square. Zhuowen silently returned to the center of the square, the corner of his mouth revealing a smile. After a while, on the small path that led to the square inside the sacred martial sect, a tall figure walked step by step. The crisp sound of his footsteps reverberated in everyone's ears. This young man had thick eyebrows and a high nose. His eyes were as bright as silver stars. He had a medium build, and his limbs were strong and powerful. At first glance, he did not look like a dazzling figure. However, he inadvertently revealed a fierce and powerful aura, giving people a feeling that he was unshakable, like Mount Tai. It's Wu Zhantian. He really came out to accept the challenge. When this young man finally appeared in the square, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Many people even had looks of admiration in their eyes. The battle that year had inspired many young cultivators of the sacred martial sect. Wu Zhantian was less than 30 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the terrifying height of a sage-to-be. Moreover, his combat strength was infinitely close to that of a sage-to-be. In the hearts of many young cultivators, he was a demon-like existence. When Wu Zhantian arrived at the square, his gaze suddenly fell on Zhuowen, who was in the center of the square. His sharp eyes were like a falcon's, bursting with a blazing radiance, like a lighthouse on the sea at night. Wu Zhantian's gaze only lingered on Zhuowen for 3 breaths of time. Then he naturally turned around and walked steadily to the first elder's side. "Brother!" Wu Zhirong immediately came to Wu Zhantian's side. Her hands naturally wrapped around Wu Zhantian's right arm, a trace of grievance in her beautiful eyes. "Zhirong, your face?" Wu Zhantian's face was stunned. He stretched out his right hand and gently stroked Wu Zhirong's swollen face. A surge of power, of law, gushed out, and the latter's swollen face gradually recovered. "Brother, it's all that little bastard's fault. He actually slapped me. Ever since we were young, you and father have never done such a thing." Wu Zhirong complained in an exceptionally wronged tone. "Slapped you?" Wu Zhantian's gaze turned cold. A faint, murderous intent suddenly burst out. In an instant, the entire square was filled with an extremely sharp, murderous intent. This murderous intent was so cold that it could send chills down one's spine. "You've done well. You've slapped my sister. Now, you've come to the entrance of the sacred martial sect to clamor about challenging me. You're very arrogant and very arrogant." Wu Zhantian's gaze once again fell on Zhuowen as he spoke word by word. His voice was filled with a chilling, murderous intent. "Today, you've come to challenge me. I, Wu Zhantian, accept. However, this battle shall be decided by the heavens." After saying that, Wu Zhantian leaped into the air and landed on the square. The moment Wu Zhantian landed on the ground, the whole square started to shake violently. An invisible ring-shaped airwave, with Wu Zhantian as the center, spread out in all directions. The martial artists nearby all retreated in horror. Life and death battle. Wu Zhantian actually wants to have a life and death battle. The surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. Everyone knew that Wu Zhantian was truly enraged. Usually, a challenge would stop at a certain point. However, a life and death battle was different. Once the battle started, it would be a fight to the death. In a challenge, martial artists rarely used such an extreme method as a life and death battle. However, Wu Zhantian did so. Obviously, he was truly enraged this time. Will he accept this life and death battle? The surrounding martial artists' gazes fell on Zhuowen. Even the great elder revealed a smile as he looked at Zhuowen. Whether this young man in front of him accepted the life and death battle or not, he would not be able to leave the sacred martial sect alive today. Chapter 1457. Purple Snake Lightning Blade. You're quite brave. The first elder's eyes narrowed as he spoke. The smile on his face grew wider. Since Hewen had accepted the life and death duel, there was no need for him to play any tricks behind his back, as Hewen would die for sure. He really accepted the life and death duel. Hewen is really brave. Once he loses, he'll die. Everyone in the square was stunned. They did not expect Hewen to accept the life and death duel. Wu Zhantian licked his lips and revealed a cruel smile. Looks like you're quite confident in yourself. It's not about confidence, but your defeat is certain, Zhuowen said calmly. Wu Zhantian squinted his eyes and stomped his right foot on the ground. The ground of the square began to crack. He said loudly, "Everyone else, get out of the square. I won't be responsible if you're killed by the shock waves." As soon as he said that, everyone in the square was stunned and left the square one after another. Since Wu Zhantian had spoken, everyone had no choice but to listen. After all, this was a battle between two half-saints. The shock waves would be extremely terrifying. If one's cultivation was not high enough, they might die from the shock waves. In an instant, the huge square became incomparably deserted. Only Zhuowen and Wu Zhantian were left facing each other from afar. At the same time, at the top of the central palace of the sacred martial sect, a tall figure slowly walked out and came to the platform. His sharp eyes pierced through the void and landed on the square. Someone actually dares to challenge Zhantian. How rare. However, this kid's talent is not bad. It's rare to see him reach the half-saint realm at such a young age. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely recognize that the tall figure was none other than Wu Ho, one of the 6 sages who besieged the Azure Dragon Palace. However, Zhantian won't leave anyone alive. It's a pity for such a genius. Are the two of you ready? If you're ready, we can start now. The first elder stood at the edge of the square. His loud voice echoed throughout the square. Of course we're ready. Wu Zhantian licked his lips. He clenched his hand and took out a purple broadsword from his spiritual ring. The surface of the purple broadsword was surrounded by a dense purple aura. The aura transformed into purple pythons that flickered their tongues. They were lifelike Li Studio, and there were purple bolts of thunder on the surface of the purple. Purple Snake Thunder Broadsword. Advanced Emperor. After saying that, Wu Zhantian stomped his right foot on the ground and shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen quietly stood up and grabbed the tiger head clear gold spear with his right hand. Wu Zhantian's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zhuowen and slashed out with his violet snake lightning blade. Boom! The purple lightning tore through the air and slashed at Zhuowen. It was like a huge purple snake that coiled around Zhuowen. Zhan as Zhan Studio Tian Zhan Li Studio is Zhan Studio is 2, Zhan and Zhan Clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded. The two weapons clashed together, and a terrifying energy burst out. Then it set off a violent wind. Wu Zhantian turned in the air. The purple snake thunder broadsword's momentum changed. Zhantian slashed at Zhuowen Zhantian's abdomen at a tricky and unbelievable angle. If Zhuowen Zhantian didn't dodge this slash, he would definitely be killed. The timing of this slash is so accurate. Hewen is going to be in a difficult situation. The slash was stunning. Even an outsider could feel the terrifying power of this slash. If they were in Wu Zhantian's shoes, they wouldn't be able to dodge it. Just when everyone thought that Zhuowen would end up in a sorry state under this attack, a powerful mental energy burst out from the center of his brows. 4 kill sword formation. Slaughter, slaughter, exterminate, and exterminate flew out from Zhuowen's spirit ring. A powerful killing force gushed out from the formation. At the same time, blood-red longswords appeared on the surface of the formation, blocking in front of Zhuowen. Ding! The thunder snake lightning blade struck the defense formed by the blood sword, and an ear-piercing explosion sounded. Spiritual power. No, that's not right. It's immortal energy that's of a higher level than mental energy. So, you're an arcana master. Wu Zhantian's eyes widened as he muttered in a low voice, "Kill." Zhuowen did not pay attention to Wu Zhantian's words. With a twist of his right hand, the tiger-head clear golden spear started to spin at a high speed. Whoosh! The long spear was like an electric drill, piercing towards Wu Zhantian's chest. At the same time, the four-kill sword formation formed a powerful killing force that enveloped Wu Zhantian like a devouring dragon. Thunder! Wu Zhantian was extremely calm. Terrifying thunder surged out and surrounded his body. The terrifying thunder law gathered in the purple snake lightning blade, and Wu Zhantian slashed out. Rumble! Instantly, countless purple snakes of lightning shot out from the lightning blade and spread out in all directions. They actually blocked the four-kill sword formation, and Zhuowen's lethal spear attack in one go. Break for me! Wu Patian shouted as he threw out the purple snake lightning blade. Under the support of the thunder law, the power of the purple snake lightning blade increased to a terrifying level. Bang! The four-kill sword formation was actually forced back by the purple snake lightning saber. The long swords contained in the formation diagram all dimmed. Clearly, they had suffered quite a bit of damage from this saber. Interesting. Zhuowen grinned and opened his fire eye. The fire law swept out, and his right hand touched the surface of the long spear. Suddenly, the surface of the long spear was ignited with a strong flame. Ding! The fire spear and the lightning blade collided with each other. Thunder and sparks splashed out, forming a dazzling brilliance like fireworks. The two separated as soon as they collided. Immediately, Zhuowen and Wu Zhantian retreated dozens of steps at the same time, standing on opposite sides of the square. This exchange of blows is actually neck and neck. This Hewen is not simple. Moreover, this Hewen seems to have displayed a strong mind power just now. This guy is also an arcanist, and his mind power cultivation is not low. The moment the two separated, the onlookers outside the square were in an uproar. No one expected that this Hewen, who came out of nowhere, could actually fight with the #1 genius of the sacred martial sect and not be at a disadvantage. This guy's strength is not bad. Wu Zhirong frowned. Seeing that Wu Zhantian could not crush Hewen, she was secretly unhappy. After all, this Hewen is a sage-to-be who has mastered the power of law. Moreover, he is not an ordinary sage-to-be. It will not be easy for Zhantian to deal with him, but it should be soon. With Zhantian's character, I am afraid that he will not tolerate this kind of thing. He will soon use his full strength and completely crush Hewen. The great elder was neither sad nor happy. Just now, Wu Zhantian was just showing off his strength. If he had used his full strength, this Hewen would have been crushed to death. Not bad, not bad. Your strength is not bad. You look a few years younger than me, but you can fight with me to this extent. Saying this, Wu Zhantian licked his lips. His eyes were bursting with fighting spirit. He continued, I have not felt this excited for a long time. In order to respect you, I will use my full strength. You will die a worthy death. Saying this, Wu Zhantian suddenly stabbed the purple snake lightning blade into the ground. A strong power of law gushed out from his body. This power of law was very strange. It was dark red in color, and a destructive force faintly spread out from this power of law. The law of destruction. Sure enough, this Wu Zhantian didn't comprehend the power of law. When he was an invincible sovereign lord, he comprehended the law of lightning. This law of destruction should have been comprehended after entering the sage-to-be. The moment this destructive aura burst out from Wu Zhantian's body, the pupils of the people around the square shrank. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. For an ordinary warrior, comprehending a single law was already an extremely difficult thing. Comprehending two laws was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Those who could comprehend two laws were absolutely monstrous geniuses. There was no doubt that Wu Zhantian was such a terrifying genius. Being able to comprehend two laws, once he entered the Sage to Be, his strength would become extremely terrifying. Long Xiaotian was a living example. He, who had just entered the profound sage realm, had comprehended two laws of wind and darkness, and his fighting strength was comparable to Elder Raiwa. One must know that the latter was in existence at the peak of the profound sage realm. If Wu Zhantian was able to advance to the Sage to Be, his fighting strength would definitely be extremely abnormal. This was also the reason why Wu Ho attached so much importance to Wu Zhantian. Destruction and lightning are innately complementary to each other. When the two are combined, the power that is formed is beyond imagination. Wu Zhantian smiled coldly. The destructive power that was gushing out slowly approached the lightning and finally fused together. The originally blue lightning began to turn dark red. In the end, it turned into a dark red lightning. This dark red lightning contained an extremely rich aura of destruction, as if this lightning could destroy the entire world. What a terrifying lightning! This Wu Zhantian is really terrifying. He actually combined the laws of destruction and lightning together. The power that is formed is really terrifying. Everyone's heart was trembling under the influence of the dark red lightning's destructive aura. Their legs couldn't help but tremble. Big Brother has finally revealed the law of destruction. No matter how powerful this He-Wen is, I'm afraid that he will die under Big Brother's move. The corners of Wu Zhirong's mouth curved into a smile. She really wanted to see the fear on He-Wen's face before he died. However, when her gaze fell on He-Wen, she was surprised to find that the latter's eyes were calm and emotionless. Is he putting on an act? Wu Zhirong didn't know why, but when she saw He-Wen's expression, an ominous feeling arose in her heart. The laws of destruction and lightning complement each other and can actually create such a terrifying power. I wonder, compared to the laws of ice and fire, which one is more powerful? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He suddenly opened the ice eye, and the law of ice surged out and began to combine with the law of fire on the surface of his body. Is that the law of ice? This He-Wen also has the power of a second law. Chapter 1458. Saint Physique revealed the Great Elder's pupils shrank as he stared at Zhuowen. However, he quickly regained his senses and muttered, "This He-Wen isn't simple." However, the laws of ice and fire aren't that powerful. They should be slightly inferior to Zhantian's laws of destruction and lightning. The crowd around the square was dumbfounded. Wu Zhantian possessing a second law was already shocking enough. Now, He-Wen had also displayed a second law. This was too shocking. Soon, the crowd became excited. They originally thought that this would be a one-sided battle. However, it seemed that it was difficult to determine who would win and who would lose. The laws of ice and fire? Interesting. I want to see just how powerful these two types of laws of yours are. The battle intent in Wu Zhantian's eyes burned even more fiercely. He took a step forward, and his entire body was filled with destructive lightning. 9 layers blade of destruction. Combining the laws of destruction and lightning, Wu Zhantian's speed was so fast that it was dazzling. The crowd couldn't even see his figure clearly. First slash. In an instant, Wu Zhantian had already arrived in front of Zhuowen. The surface of the purple snake lightning blade was filled with dark red lightning. The moment the blade was swung, the entire square began to tremble. The power of the destructive lightning is extremely terrifying. If there is no protective shield, I'm afraid that the people outside the square will be affected. At that time, there may be a lot of casualties. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked up into the sky. He formed a seal with both hands, and suddenly a sealing power gushed out. Then his right palm landed on the square. Whoosh! A transparent light shield suddenly appeared around the square. It was sparkling, and there were ripples from time to time. Boom! The moment the light shield appeared, Wu Zhantian had already swung his first slash. Then, terrifying dark red lightning bolts burst out from Wu Zhantian and filled the entire square. These dark red lightning bolts bombarded the surface of the light shield, causing the latter to tremble violently. Countless ripples spread across the surface of the light shield. It looked extremely terrifying. Those martial artists who were standing outside the square to watch the battle were suddenly frightened by this terrifying dark red electric thread, their faces incomparably pale. If the Great Elder had not arranged this light shield in advance, the cultivators who were close to the square would have been affected by the dark red electric arcs. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhuowen's expression also turned solemn. The power of ice and fire laws condensed on his fist, and then he suddenly punched out. Suddenly, two extreme energies soared into the sky, converging into a palace of ice and fire, and smashed towards Wu Zhantian. Rumble! The dark red lightning collided with the ice and fire palace, emitting a terrifying energy. The ground of the square was almost completely shattered, revealing the pitch-black soil underneath. Boom! Boom! Even though Wu Zhantian's attack did not hit its target, his saber did not stop as he continued to hack at Zhuowen. Furthermore, each strike was more terrifying than the previous one. The entire square within the light barrier was filled with dense, dark red lightning. It looked extremely strange. Even the light shield on the surface of the square was trembling violently, faintly showing signs of shattering. Many martial artists outside the square retreated far away, not daring to get close to the square, fearing that the light shield would shatter and they would suffer an unexpected calamity. The eighth strike, an indifferent voice rang out from the countless electric arcs. Immediately, the countless dark red electric arcs began to converge, forming a huge dark red electric saber that was dozens of feet long. As soon as the dark red electric saber was formed, it slashed towards Zhuowen. Immediately, the ice and fire palace, which was in a deadlock with Wu Zhantian, was smashed into smithereens by the saber. The power of the two laws of ice and fire is only SOSO. Wu Zhantian stood above the countless dark red electric arcs, looking down at Zhuowen. He knew that this saber strike would definitely severely injure this lad. 9 flames karmic fire, dark cold poison, come out and combine to form the real ice and fire palace. Zhuowen's indifferent voice slowly rang out from below. Then, the 9 flames karmic fire and dark cold poison gushed out, merging into the ice and fire laws, combining to form an even larger ice and fire palace. Boom! The palace and the electric saber came into contact, and the entire space froze. Then, a terrifying explosion set off. The light shield around the square collapsed into nothingness under the energy of the explosion. What a terrifying energy! Quickly leave this place. The surrounding martial artists' faces changed, and they quickly retreated away from the square. The first elder waved his right hand, and a surge of saint energy formed a defense in front of him, standing firm. Wu Zhirong stood behind the first elder, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. She did not expect that Hewen could fight with Wu Zhantian to such an extent. Hewen, I will remember your name. You can actually force me to such an extent. But this is the end. You can't take the 9th strike. Just after the explosion, Wu Zhantian's impassioned voice rang out from the sky. Everyone raised their heads, and they were shocked to find that Wu Zhantian had leaped up 100 miles into the sky, holding the violet snake thunder saber, and dark red lightning twined around his body like a god descending to the mortal world. The 9th strike, Ever since Zhan Tian started practicing the 9 blades of destruction, he has never used the 9th strike. The power of the 9th strike is so great that even Zhan Tian can't control it. It's his ultimate move. This Hewen is doomed. The first elder squinted his eyes, revealing a dignified look. Although the 9th strike was Wu Zhantian's strongest move, the price was not small. Generally, Wu Zhantian would not use it unless he had no other choice. But now he had used it. Obviously, Hewen gave him a lot of pressure, and he had no choice but to use this ultimate move. The 9th strike. This Hewen is interesting, but it's the end. At the top of the central palace, Wu Ho leaned against a stone pillar, his hands crossed in front of his chest as he muttered. Like the first elder, Wu Ho was extremely confident in Wu Zhantian's 9th strike. It was impossible for Hewen to take it. The 9th strike, 9-9 returned to 1. Wu Zhantian's eyes were extremely serious as he slowly waved the violet snake thunder saber. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast, and he actually practiced the first 8 strikes. These 8 strikes were extremely terrifying, and they formed 8 huge dark red lightning sabers around Wu Zhantian's body. The moment Wu Zhantian waved the 9th strike, the 8 sabers issued a clear and melodious sound, and then began to fuse together to form a huge dark red saber, with countless destructive lightning raging on the surface of the huge saber. What a terrifying pressure! How can the aura of the 9th strike be so terrifying? Many warriors in the square were shocked. This strike was too amazing, and the pressure it faintly revealed was far beyond the attack of any half-step sage. I'm afraid that this strike has reached the power of a profound sage, right? Many people's hearts trembled. How heaven-defying was it to be able to display the power of a profound sage before entering the sage realm. There was no doubt that Wu Zhantian's 9th strike was enough to kill any warrior below the sage realm. The person who will kill you is called Wu Zhantian. Remember it well. Wu Zhantian stepped on the giant blade and looked down at Zhuowen from above. His gaze was as though he was looking at an ant. After you remember my name, you can go with peace of mind. After saying that, Wu Zhantian's eyes erupted with terrifying killing intent. He stamped on the huge saber, and the huge saber fell from the sky like a heavy mountain. What was even more terrifying was that this huge saber, which was composed of countless dark red lightning, cut through the void. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed inch by inch, like broken glass. It looked extremely terrifying. Zhuowen stood quietly on the platform, looking at the terrifying 9th strike. His eyes were still as calm as an ancient well, as if nothing could make him reveal any other emotions. This strike is really good, but in front of a sage body, it may not be much. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. His whole body was faintly flickering with golden light, which spread throughout his body like meridians. Originally, Zhuowen could still use the power of other laws to defend against Wu Zhantian's 9th strike. However, the remaining 3 laws were his trump cards. In other words, he was prepared to use them during the 9 Underworld Assembly. If he used them too early, it would be exposed during the 9 Underworld Assembly. However, the sage body was not easy to see. After all, if he wanted to hide it, no one would know that he had a sage body. Moreover, there was no such thing as a sage body in the outside world. This cultivation system was created by the first mountain god of the Azure Dragon Palace. Boom! Without any fancy moves, Zhuowen faced the terrifying huge saber with a simple punch. However, the surface of this punch was covered with dense golden veins, as if it was made of steel. This guy, is he courting death? Zhuowen's action immediately attracted everyone's attention. Originally, everyone thought that Zhuowen would use an extremely powerful trump card to defend against Wu Zhantian's 9th strike. Who would have thought that this guy would only use a single punch? Although some people with keen senses could sense that Zhuowen's punch was unusual, they did not take it to heart. How could such a simple punch be compared to Wu Zhantian's ninth strike? The two were not comparable at all. Looks like you have nothing left to lose. Wu Zhantian sneered. Boom. However, the next scene caused everyone to collectively fall into a daze. Zhuowen's punch landed on the surface of the huge saber. Then, the huge saber that was so terrifying that it made everyone suffocate first stopped. Then, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the saber, and it finally shattered into dust. Am I seeing things? Such a terrifying ninth strike was shattered just like that. Moreover, it was shattered by a fist. In the crowd, one of them muttered to himself, although his voice was very soft. In this silent environment, his voice seemed to be infinitely amplified, exploding in everyone's ears. While everyone was in a state of shock, Wu Zhantian was also in a daze. At this moment, Zhuowen's legs bounced as he leaped up and arrived in front of Wu Zhantian in an instant. Then, he threw out a punch. Damn it! Wu Zhantian's pupils shrank as he placed the purple snake lightning saber in front of him. Crack! Chapter 1459. The Fall of a Sage Boom. This punch was powerful and heavy. The power of the sacred body was all gathered in this punch. Wu Zhantian groaned as his body bent over like a cooked prawn. Blood spurted out like a faucet that wasn't turned on properly, following which his body started to crumble like porcelain, with cracks all over its surface. Pucci, Zhuowen took a few steps back and stared indifferently at Wu Zhantian, whose eyes were wide open. Wu Zhantian kept coughing up blood, and the law of destruction and the law of lightning revolved around him, as if resisting some powerful force. Crack! Wu Zhantian's face was hideous, and his eyes were filled with pain. Finally, under countless shocked gazes, Wu Zhantian shattered into pieces. Wu Zhantian is dead. The square became even quieter than before, and this silence was extremely strange. No one spoke, and their actions were strangely consistent, with their mouths wide open, as if they were in a daze. No, Big Brother! Wu Zhirong's pretty face was as pale as snow, and she took a few steps back. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear, doubt, and disbelief. You bastard! How dare you kill Zhantian? An oppressive beast-like roar exploded in the air. The great elder's eyes were red, and he rushed over like a madman. Saint force surrounded his body, and he looked like a god or a demon. Zhantian! The moment the great clan elder rushed over, Wu Ho, who had been watching from afar, had his face completely stiffen. From red to green, from green to purple, he finally let out a hoarse and angry roar. That's the patriarch of the sacred martial sect, Wu Ho. Oh my God, this He is in big trouble. He actually killed Wu Zhantian. This is a battle of life and death. Life and death should be left to fate. The sacred martial sect is obviously ignoring the rules. Keep your voice down. This is the territory of the sacred martial sect, and Wu Zhantian is the most powerful genius of the sacred martial sect. Do you really think the sacred martial sect will let him die like this? You're too naive. The moment they saw Wu Ho's figure, many martial artists in the square retreated a few hundred meters. The power of a sage was much more terrifying than a half-sage. Naturally, they did not dare to get close. Of course, many people looked at He Wen with pity in their eyes. He Wen's strength was indeed out of everyone's expectations, but no matter how strong he was not a saint after all. He was probably not a match for the great clan elder, and Wu Ho. That Wu Ho is quite far away from here. I'm afraid he'll need around 10 breaths to reach here. If I can make use of this time to get rid of the great elder of the sacred martial sect, then use the law of the void to escape, it should be enough. The moment the great elder and Wu Ho arrived, Zhuowen's mind was spinning rapidly. As for those sacred martial sect disciples that were sent by the great elder to surround them, they were directly ignored by Zhuowen. Even if Zhuowen didn't use the power of the holy body, he could still be regarded as an invincible existence among the half-saints. So, he wouldn't put this man in his eyes if he used the holy body. Kill this great elder. Thinking of this, Zhuowen was extremely decisive. He took a step forward and did something that no one expected. Not only did Zhuowen not run, but he also rushed towards the great elder, who was rushing over aggressively. It seemed that he intended to confront the great elder head-on. Does this Hewen think that after killing Wu Zhantian, he has the strength to fight against a profound sage? Although the great elder of the sacred martial sect is only a void profound sage, he isn't someone that he can deal with. The surrounding people revealed strange expressions. Some even thought that Zhuowen was crazy. Even the great elder revealed a stunned expression. But soon, this stunned expression was replaced by a sinister and cold expression. A guy who hadn't entered the profound sage realm dared to face him directly. He simply didn't know how to write the word death. Don't kill him. Wait for me to come over. Wu Ho's loud voice sounded. The great elder nodded slightly and grinned. Sect master, don't worry. This old man won't kill this man. But if this man loses an arm or a leg, I don't think sect master will mind too much, right? As long as you don't kill him, the rest is up to you, Wu Ho said indifferently. The great elder revealed an even more brilliant smile and softly responded. Then, like a great rock spreading its wings, he instantly descended in front of Zhuowen. The law that the great elder grasped was only the law of gold, one of the 5 elemental laws. A golden light spread around his body, then turned into dozens of golden swords in front of him. Each golden sword was surrounded by a lifelike golden dragon, and they had a majestic aura that could swallow the heavens, the earth, the sun, and the moon. Golden swords swallow the sun and the moon. With a sneer, the great elder pinched his sword fingers, and the dozens of golden swords rushed out and rushed towards Zhuowen. However, it was obvious that the great elder didn't intend to kill Zhuowen. The direction of the golden swords wasn't aimed at Zhuowen's vital parts, but at his limbs and other unimportant parts. Looking at the great elder's actions, Zhuowen sneered in his heart. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from his body, and strands of golden veins spread all over his body. At that moment, Zhuowen's body seemed to contain a huge blazing sun, and the vast aura caused the great elder's face to change drastically. Zhuowen no longer held back and fully unleashed the power of the divine body, like a god or a demon. Rumble! Zhuowen suddenly threw out a punch, and the golden light exploded, smashing onto the surface of the dozens of golden swords around him. Kacha! Unbelievably, the golden swords formed by the great elder's law of gold couldn't withstand a single blow, and they all shattered into countless pieces. How is this possible? The great elder's pupils shrank into needles, and he couldn't help but scream. Swoosh! Zhuowen's momentum didn't decrease, and he stepped into the air and rushed over. Then he threw out another punch, and his target was the great elder's heart. Damn it! This guy clearly doesn't have any saint power aura on him. So how could he shatter my golden swords that were infused with saint power? The great elder's face was gloomy, and he felt the golden fist coming at him again. He flipped his hands, and suddenly the golden light burst out, forming a huge pyramid in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were cold, and he suddenly punched the pyramid. Suddenly, a huge force spread out, and the pyramid collapsed. Dragon subduing fist. The moment the pyramid collapsed, Zhuowen's fist changed. With the help of the powerful physical strength of the divine body, he drew a dragon-shaped trajectory in the void. This fist was inherited from Lawrence, and it could subdue a dragon. Its power was vast, and the sun and moon paled in comparison. Rumble! With this punch, tens of thousands of dragons floated, and countless dragon shadows knelt down. A suffocating aura surged out from this punch, and everyone in the square was suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. No, the Great Elder's face turned red, and he roared. This punch gave him too much pressure, and it wasn't a punch that a martial artist who hadn't become a saint could unleash. Rumble! The punch landed in front of the Great Elder, and suddenly countless dragon shadows poured into the Great Elder's body like rivers flowing into the sea. Uffed! The Great Elder spat out a mouthful of blood, and the saint energy in his body was in chaos. His blood boiled, and he retreated. Hiss! This scene caused everyone to gasp. The first elder was a saint, and yet he was injured. Moreover, he was injured by a junior who had yet to enter the saint realm. It was unbelievable. Wu Ho, who was rushing over, stopped in his tracks when he saw this scene. Then he sped up, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more intense. To be able to injure a saint, this kid must die, and he must be eliminated. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Wu Ho has sped up, and I'm afraid he'll reach here in 3 breaths. Zhuowen's eyes were as sharp as a sword, and the power of the divine body was unleashed to the extreme. The dragon's subduing fist punched out, and layer after layer, it landed on the Great Elder's body. Rumble! Under the attack of the punches, the Great Elder's body almost collapsed. Blood stained his clothes, and he looked extremely tragic. There's still 1 breath of time. Zhuowen muttered in his heart, and the last punch landed on the Great Elder's chest. The terrifying power of the punch exploded, and immediately the sound of glass shattering could be heard. If one could look inside, they would be able to see that the Great Elder's heart, under this attack, had shattered into pieces and turned into dust. At the same time, Zhuowen punched out again and landed on the Great Elder's dantian. The terrifying power corroded in, but what made Zhuowen frown was that the structure of a saint's dantian was extremely tough, and the punch was unable to completely destroy it. Little bastard, I'll definitely kill you. Wu Ho's eyes were wide open. He had a panoramic view of the Great Elder's miserable state, and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. Ah! Zhuowen's face changed, and with a flick of his right hand, he threw the Great Elder in the direction that Wu Ho had come from. Wu Ho grabbed the Great Elder with his right hand, and at the same time, he poured his saint energy into the Great Elder's body to check the latter's condition. His eyes were burning with rage. The Great Elder's heart was shattered, and his dantian was a little messed up by Zhuowen's saint energy. The nascent soul contained within was slightly damaged. Without a doubt, the Great Elder was almost crippled. If he wanted to recover, he would need to pay a huge price, and the St. Martial sect might not be able to afford it. I'll kill you. Wu Ho was almost crazy. When he first learned that his 3 personal disciples had been killed, he was already vaguely angry, but he did not act out. After all, he knew that the main force of the 9 Underworld Conference was Wu Zhantian. However, his personal disciples were all personally trained by him, and they could play a huge role in the 9 Underworld Conference. But Wu Zhantian's death had really infuriated him, and he even had the thought of killing Zhuowen. The Great Elder was the only saint in the St. Martial sect other than himself, and he was highly regarded by him. Now that he was seriously injured, Wu Ho almost lost his mind. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. The law of the void lingered around him, and he directly entered the void, disappearing from the square. Boom! Chapter 1460. Identity exposed. He disappeared. Everyone in the square was astonished. Clearly, no one had expected he would to suddenly disappear, and disappear so completely. This is the Void Law? This guy also knows the Void Law. Wu Ho's eyes flashed. He remembered that the Void Law came from Excellent Gods Institute. Yuan-Ji had mastered the Void Law and was known as the fastest person in the Nine Netherworld realm. There was also Zhuowen, whom he had joined forces with the other saints of the Nether realm to hunt down. He seemed to have also comprehended the Void Law. After all, the Void Law was extremely special and difficult to comprehend. There were only a few people who had mastered it. This guy came to our Saint Martial sect to challenge us for no reason. He killed Zhan Tian and injured the Great Elder. This guy, Wu Ho frowned slightly as if he had thought of something. He said angrily, "Bastard, you're Zhuowen, right? You're still alive." Wu Ho could not think of anyone else besides Zhuowen who had mastered the Void Law and had taken the initiative to challenge the Saint Martial sect. Zhuowen? Could it be that Zhuowen, who has a celestial saint artifact? Wu Ho's voice was very loud. Everyone in the square, and even the entire Saint Martial city, heard him clearly. Soon after, discussions broke out. The Battle of Nine Netherworld Heaven a few years ago had attracted the attention of countless cultivators in the Nine Netherworld realm. Zhuowen's name had also resounded throughout the Nine Netherworld realm at that moment. Possessing a celestial saint artifact, he had fought against 6 saints. This was an earth-shattering achievement. Although Zhuowen had been beaten back then, he had escaped from the 6 saints in the end. This was something to be proud of. The reason why Zhuowen's name was so resounding was mainly because of his celestial saint artifact. During that period of time, there had even been a frenzy to find Zhuowen. However, as time passed, there were pitifully few clues about Zhuowen. In the end, many cultivators left the matter unsettled. Now that Wu Ho had suddenly shouted out Zhuowen's name, it naturally caused an uproar among the cultivators in the square. Is that Yuan Zhuowen? It's possible. After all, Wu Ho was one of the 6 great saints who participated in the joint attack on Zhuowen. He should have recognized Zhuowen's identity. This Yuan has the word Wen in his name. Could it be that Qin Wen, who was rumored to have killed the 3 pro-disciples of the Saint Martial sect, was also Zhuowen in disguise? It's very likely. After all, Qin Wen and Yuan appeared out of nowhere. I've never heard of them before. It's very likely that they're Zhuowen in disguise. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. While Wu Ho's eyelids twitched, the raging flames in his heart had nowhere to vent, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 3 of his personal disciples and Wu Zhan Tian were killed. His right-hand man, the Grand Elder, was severely injured and on the verge of death. This time, the Saint Martial sect had suffered a great loss. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces and make you die a horrible death. Wu Ho roared furiously. Immediately after, he led the Grand Elder and ordered the sect disciples to clean up Wu Zhan Tian's corpse, and hurriedly entered the sect. Zhuowen had mastered the law of the void. Even if Wu Ho was stronger than Zhuowen in terms of escaping, he was still inferior to Zhuowen. Therefore, Wu Ho suppressed the anger in his heart and prepared to suppress the Grand Elder's injuries first. Above the Saint Martial city, in the pitch-black void, Zhuowen stood quietly looking down at the Saint Martial sect with an evil smile on his face. What Wu Ho had said just now, he had naturally heard it clearly. Looks like I've been recognized. When the time comes, I can't reveal the law of the void in the Nine Nether Conference. Also, there are many people who recognize the tiger head clear golden spear. When the time comes, I'll enter the Azure Dragon Hall and choose another high-grade Emperor weapon. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. With a leap, he drilled into the depths of the void and disappeared in an instant. The storm in the St. Martial sect also spread in the Nine Nether Realm in a short period of time. Zhuowen's name once again resounded in the Nine Nether Realm. In the blue dragon hall of the Dragon Nether Realm, Sapphire Shore suddenly stood up and said with a cold gaze, "After more than a year, Zhuowen has finally come out. Moreover, his strength has become so strong. I'm afraid it's all thanks to the Immortal Saint artifact. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to advance so quickly." Elder Raiwa said with a frown. "It's very possible. I really don't know what ability Zhuowen has to be able to obtain such an Immortal Saint artifact. A brat who hasn't even entered the Saint realm doesn't have the qualifications to possess such a treasure." Sapphire Shore's eyes shone brightly, and his voice contained a hint of passion. The entire Blue Dragon Hall didn't have an Immortal Saint artifact. Even the more powerful Burning Heaven sect didn't have such a Immortal Saint artifact. Only the mysterious forces in the Central Plains could possibly have such an Immortal Saint artifact. Coupled with the news of Zhuowen causing havoc in the St. Martial sect, as long as one wasn't a fool, they would naturally attribute Zhuowen's rapid advancement to the Immortal Saint artifact. Sapphire Shore couldn't help but yearn for the Immortal Saint artifact even more. Elder Raiwa's eyes flickered, and he said, "However, Zhuowen is very cunning. Moreover, he has mastered the Void Law. It'll be difficult to catch him." Sapphire Shore nodded and said in a deep voice, "I'll send people to continue searching for clues about that little bastard Zhuowen. However, we should prepare for the Nine Netherworld Conference. There's only half a year left. It's said that the profound Saint Master sent by the Primal Chaos Temple in the Central Plains has returned. I wonder why he returned to the Central Plains last time." Elder Raiwa suddenly asked. More than a year ago, the profound Saint Master sent by the Primal Chaos Temple had suddenly left the Eastern Plains in a hurry. The 6 saints had joined forces to attack Zhuowen after that profound Saint Master had left. This was also the main reason why the profound Saint Master hadn't appeared when the Immortal Saint artifact had appeared. If the profound Saint Master from the Primal Chaos Temple had interfered, the 6 saints wouldn't have dared to act recklessly. Even if he was only a profound Saint Master, he still had the support of the Primal Chaos Temple. No one would have dared to act recklessly. To be able to travel back and forth from the Central Plains to the Eastern Plains in a little more than a year, as expected of a superforce in the Central Plains. Elder Raiwa couldn't help but sigh. The Primal Chaos Temple has powerful existences at the Immortal Saint Master level. Such existences can easily construct long-distance temporary space transmission arrays, which can greatly reduce the time it takes to travel from the Central Plains to the Eastern Plains. I think that profound Saint Master must have relied on that temporary space transmission array to travel back and forth to the Eastern Plains in a little more than a year, Sapphire Shore said in a low voice. The Central Plains was very different from the Eastern Plains, the Southern Barbarian lands, the Northern Plains, and the Western regions. It was located at the core of the continent, and it was extremely far away. Moreover, there were many dangerous environments around the Central Plains. If one wasn't careful, even a saint could fall. What was even more strange was that there was a section of the road to the Central Plains that was a no-fly zone. Even a saint would find it difficult to fly in that area. This also made it very difficult to reach the Central Plains on one zone. Only long-distance space transmission arrays were the most convenient. Of course, heavenly saints like Sapphire Shore and Zhou Tianzong could also fly over if they paid a huge price. However, the two of them were already standing at the peak of their respective regions. If they went to the Central Plains, they would probably become mediocre existences. As the saying goes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a chicken. The two of them paid a huge price to go to the Central Plains, and they didn't want to become mediocre. Moreover, they each had a huge force that they needed to manage. They couldn't possibly abandon their forces and go to the Central Plains. Of course, even if they couldn't go, they could still let the disciples of their sects go. If the disciples of their sects were successful in the Central Plains, it would naturally be a joyous occasion when they returned to their sections. Therefore, the Eastern Plains had a grand event like the Nine Underworlds Assembly. This grand event was to select the true genius disciples, activate the ancient space transmission array, and teleport them all to the Central Plains. As for what would happen to them after that, it would naturally depend on their own luck. I wonder who the profound Saint Master brought back to the Central Plains. Could it have something to do with the Nine Underworlds Assembly? Elder Raiwa frowned. Perhaps it has something to do with it. Sapphire Shore's eyes flickered as he casually replied. However, he was very clear in his heart that the person that the profound Saint Master brought back was most likely for the Sky Insect avatar. Could it be that the Primal Chaos Temple has discovered some clues? Sapphire Shore secretly thought. Let's not talk about this anymore. Speaking of which, we have to thank Hall Master Ching for this. If it weren't for the help of your Blue Dragon Hall, Ruhu wouldn't have had the chance to find a trace of opportunity and break through to the profound Saint Realm. Elder Raiwa waved his hand. When he mentioned Yen Ruhua, he couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. Yen Ruhua's talent was truly terrifying. Originally, he was only half a step away from the profound Saint Realm. Later, because he was defeated by Zhuowen, he felt deeply humiliated and painstakingly cultivated. Finally, under this pressure, he unexpectedly broke through. Ruhua is still consolidating his cultivation. I think that in a few days, this kid will be able to completely consolidate his cultivation. Currently, he is already in the first mysterious Void Sage realm. Elder Ling was said with a smile. Sapphire Shore waved his hand and said, "Then congratulations. Yen Ruhua is worthy of being the holy son of your burning heaven sect. His talent is truly extraordinary. The main credit for him being able to break through to the profound Saint Realm so quickly isn't mine, but his own." Elder Raiwa smiled and said, "Hall Master Ching is too modest. Your Blue Dragon Hall's Ching Longzi's talent isn't inferior to Yen Ruhua's. I remember that Ching Longzi broke through to the profound Saint Realm earlier than Ruhua." Sapphire Shore smiled slightly and said, "I'm not that talented. That kid has indeed broken through to the profound Saint Realm." Hearing this, Elder Raiwa raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that this Nine Serenity Assembly is really going to be very exciting. I'm afraid that some profound Saint Realm geniuses under the age of 300 will emerge. Saint Luck is extremely important to cultivators who have yet to enter the profound Saint Realm. If it weren't for the fact that I'm over 300 years old, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to resist participating in this Nine Serenity Assembly," Sapphire Shore said with some envy. Chapter 1461. The benefits of a mysterious person. The news of Zhuowen reappearing in the Nine Netherworld realm, causing havoc in the Saint Martial sect, and killing 3 direct disciples of the Saint Martial sect, the son of Marquis Wu Zhantian, as well as severely injuring the great elder of the Saint Martial sect. Zhuowen is truly an unkillable cockroach. I knew that kid wouldn't die so easily. Lu Hantian stood quietly on top of a mountain peak in the Fine Gods Academy. The wind whistled past, blowing his messy hair, giving him a different style. The current Lu Hantian, whether in terms of temperament or appearance, was vastly different from before. Even the aura on his body was as vast as the sea, extremely deep. Hantian, if this old man's guess is correct, that kid Zhuowen should be coming to the Nine Netherworld Conference. If you want to help him, increasing your strength is the first thing you need to do. Suddenly, an ethereal voice came from behind Lu Hantian. At some point, an old man in a long robe was standing behind Lu Hantian. This old man was the dean of the Fine Gods Academy, Yen Ji. His gaze fell on Lu Hantian, full of complexity. There was no doubt that Lu Hantian had the Frost Soul Saint physique, and his cultivation speed was extremely fast. In just a little over a year, his cultivation had reached the half-step sage realm. However, Yen Ji believed that Lu Hantian's potential wasn't limited to this. Before the 9 Netherworld Conference, he hoped that Lu Hantian could advance to the profound sage realm. If you can successfully advance to the profound sage realm before the 9 Netherworld Conference, your strength will be at the top of the younger generation in the 9 Netherworld realm. Yen Ji continued, "Before the 9 Netherworld Conference, I will definitely become a profound sage." Lu Hantian said indifferently, then jumped down from the mountain peak, disappearing from Yen Ji's sight in a few leaps. Yen Ji was startled, then shook his head, helplessly. That kid is probably still blaming me for Zhuo Wen's matter. However, Zhuo Wen's matter has given this little fellow quite a bit of stimulation. Perhaps he really can become a saint before the 9 Underworld Convention. If we add that fellow Yang Yi into the mix, there will be 2 saints among the younger generation of our divine academy participating this time. The corners of Yen Ji's mouth revealed a slight smile when he spoke until this point. Soon after, he disappeared from the peak. In the Fine Gods Academy, Lu Hantian was not the only profound sage realm academy. The other profound sage academy was also God. Many disciples of the Gods Academy. Zhuowen was a powerful attack. Zhuowen's Saint Martial Saint sect was able to God. Many disciples were 9 heavens was. Many disciples as 9 Netherworld sect were profound sage heavens. Within the academy, Jianan, Gatha, Mo, Yen Wushang, Qingyin, and Mo Lingtian, who had a good relationship with Zhuowen, were gathered together. Their faces were filled with excitement and surprise. Back then, the battle between Zhuowen and the profound sage was too terrifying. They were too weak to interfere. Because of this, the 5 of them felt somewhat guilty. Even if it was Zhuowen, if not for the Azure Dragon Hall, he would not be a match for a profound sage. "I knew brother Zhuo would survive," Jianan said with a smile. From the news, Zhuowen even has the strength to heavily injure a profound sage. How terrifying! Mo Lingtian nodded in surprise. Gatha said, worriedly, "Brother Zhuo has an immortal saint weapon. He has already become the target of everyone in the 9 Netherworld realm. Although he has an immortal saint weapon, he can't fight against the entire 9 Netherworld realm. I hope Brother Zhuo is safe." Moyan Wushang suddenly stood up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination as she said, "We're still too weak. If we were strong enough, we would have been able to help Zhuo Wen." After saying that, Mo Yen Wushang left alone. "Sister Wushang, Jia Nen scratched her head. She did not understand. Qing Yin sighed inwardly. She did not say anything. However, she could feel Mo Yen Wushang's inner struggle and sadness. When Zhuowen was besieged by the 6 profound sages, Mo Yen Wushang was the most emotional. If it was not for the Taixien Peak Master, Ci Yuyan, who stopped him, Mo Yen Wushang would have rushed out to help Zhuowen. Zhuowen, that brat, caused quite a commotion. Not far from where Mo Yen Wushang and the others were gathered, there was a lazy figure leaning against the rock wall on a mountain peak. His gaze was not on the gathering place where Mo Yen Wushang and the others were gathered. Instead, it fell on the hall of ice and fire that was suspended in the middle of the 9 peaks. It's a pity that he took the holy symbol of ice and fire last time. However, it may prove that this holy symbol, And this brat have some fate. Should I give the remaining energy of the holy symbol of ice and fire to him? Take it as a favor." Having said that, the figure jumped up and swept to the entrance of the Hall of Ice and Fire as if he had teleported. Strangely, the powerful ice and fire energy of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace was unable to obstruct or affect him in the slightest. Even more inconceivable was that when this person lightly patted the palace door with his right hand, a crack appeared on the palace door. Whoosh! The person directly entered the hall without making a sound. "Come." Standing in the hall, the person stretched out his right hand. A strange rune appeared between his eyebrows. The rune was gray. At first glance, it looked like a gray whirlpool that was constantly sucking in everything around it. "Come in." With a low cry, the person's right hand pressed on his eyebrows. Immediately, the gray whirlpool between his eyebrows became bigger and bigger. Finally, it spread and filled the entire first level of the Hall of Ice and Fire. Subsequently, the ice and fire energy in the hall were like rivers flowing into the sea as they poured into the gray whirlpool that had suddenly expanded. "The speed is too slow. Increase the efficiency." The person said faintly. Immediately, his right hand moved, and the gray whirlpool rapidly expanded. In an instant, the entire first level was covered by the whirlpool. In 10 breaths' time, the ice and fire energy of the first level was completely absorbed. Of course, the person did not stop because of that. It's too troublesome to absorb one level at a time. Let all the ice and fire energy of the next 17 levels come in. It was clear that this person was getting impatient. With a wave of his hand, the gray vortex immediately shot towards the depths of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace like a formless shadow. Wherever it passed, the ice and fire energies were all absorbed. In 10 minutes, the ice and fire energy of the entire Hall of Ice and Fire had been completely absorbed by the gray whirlpool. Swoosh! After absorbing the ice and fire energy, the gray whirlpool began to shrink. Finally, it turned into the size of a thumb and entered the brow of the person. Soon after, it disappeared. The ice and fire energy of the Hall of Ice and Fire has been completely taken away by me. I wonder if that old fellow, Yen Ji, will go crazy from anger. The person yawned and continued, "However, it has nothing to do with me even if he goes crazy from anger. I will definitely do him this favor." After speaking, the person waved his right hand and a crack appeared in the empty space in front of him. Immediately, he entered the crack. If Zhuowen was present, he would definitely be extremely surprised. This was because this person had used the spatial laws to escape into empty space. Why is there no one in the ice and fire energy of the Hall of Ice and Fire? A furious cry was transmitted. Immediately, Yen Ji had appeared above the Hall of Ice and Fire at an unknown time. At this moment, the surface of the Hall of Ice and Fire did not have any ice and fire energy. It was as bare as an ordinary hall. Yen Ji had nearly gone crazy from anger. He continuously stood on the Hall of Ice and Fire to vent his anger. This scene was also witnessed by many people in the Inner Academy. The ice and fire energy of the Hall of Ice and Fire has disappeared. What's going on? Countless disciples of the Inner Academy discussed spiritedly. In addition, Yen Ji's loud roar had alarmed the entire Inner Academy. At the end of the Sea of Bitterness, a figure flew out from the stone tablet of the martial serene domain. It was Zhuowen. Next, I'll head to the divine, serene domain. However, before that, I'll first head to the Azure Dragon Hall and choose a suitable weapon. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the stone tablet of the divine, serene domain, as he softly muttered. Just as he was about to take out the Azure Dragon Hall, he suddenly felt that the surrounding space was a little abnormal. Oh, what's going on? Why does the space seem to be still? Zhuowen felt that something was wrong. His right fist suddenly shot out. However, when it was a few feet away from the space, it seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier. Crack! Crack! After that, the space in an area of 30 m around Zhuowen shattered completely, and it formed a strange cage that confined Zhuo when within it. The power of the laws of the void. Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he cried out in disbelief. In the entire 9 serene domain, he seemed to be the only one who had grasped the laws of the void. How did another person jump out now? Who is it? What's the meaning of hiding? After the shock, Zhuowen gradually calmed down and could not help but shout at the space. Little guy, I'm not hiding. I'm just planning to give you some benefits. A strange, distorted voice rang out, causing Zhuowen's face to freeze. It was obvious that the owner of the voice had deliberately changed the tone of his voice. His goal was to prevent Zhuowen from discovering his true voice. Who is this person? He grasped the laws of the void and purposely changed his voice. Could it be someone I know? Zhuowen thought to himself. Little guy, take this gift that I'm giving you. After another voice was transmitted from the empty space, it became completely silent. Soon after, Zhuowen discovered that a powerful ice and fire energy suddenly poured down from the sky. Ice and fire energy? Is it the ice and fire energy from the ice and fire dual polarity hall? Zhuowen was stunned. He was all too familiar with this ice and fire energy. It was the ice and fire energy that was left in the Divine Academy by the Ice and Fire Sacred Talisman. Back then, in order to not be too ruthless, Zhuowen had naturally left a large portion of the ice and fire energy in the ice and fire dual polarity hall, only bringing out his body. Although he was puzzled, Zhuowen naturally would not reject the ice and fire energy that was sent to him for free. With a thought, he opened his ice-fire eyes at the same time and absorbed all the ice and fire energy from the void into his ice-fire eyes. Chapter 1462. The 9 Great Saint Runes with the assistance of the Ice-Fire Saint Rune, Zhuowen absorbed the ice and fire energy at an extremely fast speed. In just half an hour, he had completely refined the ice and fire energy from the void. Of course, the reason why it was so fast was because Zhuowen had already refined the Ice-Fire Saint Rune. Who are you? After absorbing the ice and fire energy, Zhuowen discovered that the power of the void around him had disappeared. To be able to use the laws of the void on him without him noticing and prevent Zhuowen from breaking free, it was obvious that the other party's mastery of the laws of the void was above his. Now, Zhuowen was very curious about the identity of the mysterious person who had suddenly appeared. Not only did this person master the laws of the void, but he also seemed to be very familiar with the Ice-Fire Saint Rune. There was no doubt that this person's cultivation was far superior to Zhuowen's, but this person did not snatch the Ice-Fire Saint Rune from him. Instead, this person had helped him bring the ice and fire energy from the ice and fire dual polarity hall to Zhuowen. What was his purpose? Who I am is actually not important. What's important is that you now owe me a big favor. You understand? Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly and said coldly, since that's the case, then all the more reason you should tell me your identity. After all, I owe you a favor, and I have to repay it. How can I repay it if I don't know who you are? Ha! Don't worry about that. When I feel that it's time for you to repay it, I will find you. A mocking laugh came from the void and continued, moreover, I can see that you're still a novice when it comes to using saint talismans. You don't know much about the power of saint talismans. Take this thing first and study it carefully. Zhuowen was taken aback. Soon after, a jade strip flew out and landed in his palm. That's all. I'll be leaving first. The voice in the void gradually weakened and eventually disappeared. What is this? Staring at the jade strip, lying quietly in his palm, Zhuowen revealed a strange expression. What had happened today was really too strange. Or perhaps it was better to say that he was in the clouds. This is actually the basic usage manual for the Holy Talisman. When Zhuowen's mental energy entered the jade slip, his body trembled, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Ever since he had obtained the Ice Flame Holy Symbol and the incomplete Wind and Thunder Holy Symbol, Zhuowen had been trying to figure out how to use these two holy symbols. Of course, the way he used the sacred talisman was still very shallow and even crude. He knew that he had not grasped the correct way to use it. But now, the jade slip handed to him by the mysterious person who had suddenly emerged from the void actually mentioned the basic method of using the saint talisman. To him, this was like a timely rain that was extremely unexpected. Brat, enter the Azure Dragon Palace first. There will often be people entering and exiting from the 9 secluded realms. If you are discovered, I'm afraid it will be terrible. Xiao He suddenly reminded Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded and immediately summoned the Azure Dragon Palace. He directly entered the square and at the same time controlled the Azure Dragon Palace to sink to the bottom of the Sea of Bitterness. In the square, Zhuowen held the jade slip in his right hand while Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder, her small eyes filled with a grave expression. Xiao He, did you notice the specific appearance of the person in the void just now? Zhuowen suddenly asked Xiao He. Unexpectedly, Xiao He shook her head and said, that mysterious person in the void is a ruthless person. His cultivation is very terrifying. This dragon lord does not dare to use my mind to scan. Otherwise, I will definitely be discovered. Moreover, this person actually has the basic usage manual for the Holy Talisman. I'm afraid he should be the owner of another Holy Talisman. Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he could not help exclaiming, the owner of another Holy Talisman? This was the first time he had seen the owner of another Holy Talisman. Of course, this time he had only heard that person's voice, but in any case, they had a certain level of interaction. Previously, when he had obtained a wisp of the Ice-Fire Holy Talisman, Xiao He had said that there were a total of 9 Holy Talismans in the Heavenly Armor Continent. The Ice-Fire Holy Talisman was only one of them. Of course, he also had the incomplete half of the Wind and Thunder Holy Talisman. As for the remaining 7 Holy Talismans, Zhuowen did not know much about them. Xiao He, this time you should tell me about the Holy Talismans, right? Zhuowen suddenly asked in a serious tone. Xiao He waved her hand and pointed at the jade slip. Don't ask me. This jade slip should have mentioned it. Take a closer look. Oh, Zhuowen began to carefully read the contents of the jade slip with a skeptical heart. Then, his expression turned serious. As Xiao He had said, the jade slip did indeed have information about the 9 Holy Talismans. The 9 Holy Talismans were the Ice-Fire Holy Talisman, Wind and Thunder Holy Talisman, Heavy Shield Holy Talisman, Spinning Thorn Holy Talisman, Eternal Holy Talisman, Prediction Holy Talisman, Blood Sacrifice Holy Talisman, King Blade Holy Talisman, and Beast Envoy Holy Talisman. Zhuowen had the Ice-Fire Holy Talisman and Wind and Thunder Holy Talisman, so there was no need to introduce their functions. The remaining 7 Holy Talismans had different abilities and extraordinary powers. The Heavy Shield Holy Talisman was the strongest defensive Holy Talisman. It could extract the hardest rock from the Earth's core and float it on the surface of the body, forming an impenetrable strong defense. The Spinning Thorn Holy Talisman could create endless gray vortexes. These gray vortexes could be used for both defense and attack. It was a holy talisman that emphasized balance. The Eternal Holy Talisman did not have any destructive power. Warriors who had such a holy talisman could attach a part of their soul to the holy talisman. As long as this part of the soul was not destroyed, the physical body could be revived without any restrictions. The eternal holy talisman was similar to Jianan's undying armor soul. However, the eternal holy talisman was more perverted than the undying armor soul. The divination holy talisman, as the name suggested, could predict good or bad fortune, past life, present life, and future. However, the price was one's lifespan. In other words, each divination would consume one's lifespan. The price was very high. The blood sacrifice holy talisman was a powerful holy talisman that could use the blood of living beings. It had the ability to sacrifice one's blood to gain battle strength. The purer the blood, the more perverted the increase in battle strength. Killing an enemy would allow one to obtain a layer of the enemy's blood essence and cultivation. It was an extremely terrifying holy talisman. The King Blade holy talisman was the king of weapons and could control all weapons. However, only those who were obsessed with weapons could activate the King Blade holy talisman. The conditions were extremely harsh. The Beast Envoy holy talisman could control all meta beasts that were stronger than the user. At the same time, it had the effect of a forced contract. A forced contract could restrict meta beasts that were stronger than the user. If the user was strong enough, they could even tame sacred beasts. After reading the introduction of the various holy talismans, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. His eyes lit up. Only now did he realize that the 9 great holy talismans were not simple. Each of them had powerful functions. I wonder which of the 9 great saint talismans the mysterious person in the void has on his body. Why was he so enthusiastic about helping me perfect the ice fire holy talisman? Thinking of this, Zhuowen was even more puzzled. That mysterious man also said that when he needs you to return the favor, he will appear again. At that time, you will be able to meet again, and that guy's identity will be as clear as day. Blackie said faintly, "That's true. Let me change my weapon first. Then, I will read the entire manual." Zhuowen nodded and did not think too much about it. Since someone was trying to sell him a favor, there was no reason for him not to buy it. Zhuowen re-entered the treasure repository and replaced the tiger head clear gold spear with a high-tier emperor artifact, halberd. This was also to deceive others. After all, he had caused a ruckus in the St. Martial sect. Many people had seen the tiger head clear golden spear. After leaving this time, he naturally could not bring the tiger head clear golden spear out again. After changing his weapon, Zhuowen settled down to study the basic usage manual of the holy talisman. As time passed, Zhuowen continued to study the manual. As he continued to study the manual, he discovered many unknown characteristics of the holy talisman. Of course, he was much more proficient in using the holy talisman than before. He spent a total of 3 months studying the manual. Although he had not reached perfection in the usage of the holy talisman, he was much more proficient in it than before. How to use the holy talisman to maximize the power of the holy talisman was the core of the manual. Due to the replenishment of the remaining ice and fire energy, the power of the ice and fire holy talisman in Zhuowen's body was much stronger than before. If the ice and fire energies were combined, the power that could erupt would definitely be extremely terrifying. There are still 3 months until the 9 Underworld Conference. I wonder if Father will participate. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He used the communication jade charm to contact Long Xiaotian in the panicked Great World. After a while, the latter appeared on the square. "Zhuowen, why are you looking for me?" Long Xiaotian asked curiously. "Father, do you plan to participate in the 9 Underworld Conference this time?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. Long Xiaotian was startled. He immediately shook his head and said, "I won't participate. Now that I have reached the peak of the profound sage realm, The Saint Luck of the 9 Underworld Conference won't be of much use to me. I won't compete with you. However, you can take Long Xiaotian with you. This little guy has already become a profound sage. He is now in the void profound sage realm. The Saint Luck should be of great use to him. Oh, Long Xiaotian, then I will summon him and ask him what he wants. Zhuowen nodded and summoned Long Xiaotian to the square. Lord Zhuowen, may I know why you are looking for me? Long Xiaotian knelt on one knee in front of Zhuowen and asked respectfully. Zhuowen helped Long Xiaotian up and said with a smile, "We are all descendants of the Ryuka, so there is no need to be so reserved. This time, I summoned you to ask you if you plan to participate in the 9 Underworld Conference with me." Yes, Long Xiaotian immediately agreed. He had heard about the 9 Underworld Conference from Long Xiaotian. It was said that Saint Luck would appear here, which could promote profound sage realm experts to become profound sages. This thing was extremely precious. Well, then come with me to the 9 Underworld realm. Chapter 1463, 9 Nether Meeting. Ascending stairway before entering the Divine Spectre realm, Zhuowen had changed his appearance again and changed his name to Wen Zhua. As for Long Tian, because his surname was Long, Zhuowen naturally changed his name to Tian Long. At this moment, the Divine Spectre realm had many things to do. The Battle of the Saints back then had brought about quite a disaster to this small world. It had almost reached the point where there were whales everywhere. However, in the past year or so, the Divine Spectre Academy had implemented many remedial measures, causing the originally dilapidated Divine Spectre realm to have a brand new look. Zhuowen and Long Tian did not enter the Divine Spectre Academy. This time, they planned to participate in the 9 Nether Meeting as rogue cultivators. Of course, they would go through the Divine Spectre realm. It is said that the 9 Nether Sky platform has been successfully completed. A month before the 9 Nether Meeting, various stairways will be released in the 9 Nether realms, allowing the 9 Nether realm cultivators who want to participate to ascend the 9 Nether Sky platform. Not long after entering the Divine Spectre realm, Zhuowen heard the discussions of the cultivators passing by. Most of the topics revolved around the 9 Nether Sky platform. Zhuowen, what is the 9 Nether Sky platform? Long Tian asked curiously. The 9 Nether Sky platform is the location of the 9 Nether Meeting this time, Zhuowen began to explain to Long Tian. Even though Zhuowen had already left the 9 Netherworld realm for a long time, his 2 clones were still in the 9 Netherworld realm, so he was naturally clearly aware of the great commotion that had occurred in the 9 Netherworld realm over the past year. The 9 Nether Sky platform was jointly built by the saints of the 9 Nether realms more than a year ago. The place where the 9 Nether Sky platform was built was the 9 Nether heaven above the 9 Nether realms. In order to build the 9 Nether Sky platform, the planet-shaped 9 Nether realms were originally arranged in a straight line. Under the joint efforts of the saints, they were arranged in a circular shape. It was said that the Saint Luck this time also came from the depths of the 9 Nether heaven. What was even more unbelievable was that someone from the Primal Chaos Temple had come this time. It was said that the person who came was a heavenly saint. This cultivator was brought by the profound Saint Master who stayed in the 9 Nether realm. Could it be that the people from the Primal Chaos Temple have already found the heavenly insect clone? Should I inform the Primal Chaos Temple of the whereabouts of the heavenly insect? Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He was well aware of the terror of the heavenly insect. Even if it was just a clone, if left alone, it would be a great disaster. Now that I'm in the 9th Netherworld realm, I'd better not act rashly. Since it's someone from the Primal Chaos Temple, I'm afraid that Heavenly Worm won't dare to act rashly. It won't be too late to inform him after the 9th Netherworld Conference. Currently, Zhuowen was wanted by the entire 9 Netherworld realm. Moreover, if the people from the Primal Chaos Temple found out that he had an immortal sacred artifact on him, the first person they would capture would probably be him. Therefore, Zhuowen did not dare to casually joke around with his life. Let's wait for 2 months first. After 2 months, the 9th Underworld Sky platform will release the 9th Underworld Sky stairway. At that time, we can go up together, Zhuowen said to Long Tian. The latter naturally had no objections, so the two of them found a place to stay nearby and began to wait in peace. Perhaps it was because of the 9th Netherworld Conference. Zhuowen discovered that the number of people in the divine Nether realm was much higher than usual. He could even see many powerful martial warriors on the streets. After all, the divine Nether realm was a small world with a huge territory. Naturally, there were many experts who kept a low profile. Now that the 9th Netherworld Conference was imminent, they naturally no longer kept a low profile. Instead, they took the initiative to participate in this 9th Netherworld Conference. 2 months slowly passed by. Finally, a black crack appeared in the sky of the divine Nether realm, and within that crack, a pure white jade staircase descended from the sky. This white jade staircase was very long, from the horizon all the way to the top of the mountain range at the end of the divine Nether realm. The staircase to the 9th Netherworld Sky platform has finally been released. That's the most famous mountain in the divine Nether realm, the Heaven Upholding Peak. It's near the Divine Academy. Let's go there quickly. The appearance of the white jade staircase immediately caused an uproar. Figures appeared everywhere in the divine Nether realm. They were densely packed like locusts. So many people. In an inn, Zhuowen and Long Tian walked out. Looking at the countless figures in the sky, Long Tian was secretly speechless. Come, let's go. The two of them were also unwilling to fall behind. They followed the crowd and silently approached the Heaven Upholding Peak. At the bottom of the 9 peaks of the Divine Academy, a large group of disciples had already gathered. The 9 peak masters of the 9 peaks stood at the front of this group of disciples as if they were waiting for something. So. 3 powerful figures flew over and floated in the air above the crowd. These 3 people were naturally Yanji, Jiangxian, and Wenbai. Among them, Yanji's face was still gloomy. Ever since the ice and fire energy of the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace had been sucked away, the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace had completely lost its tempering effect. Now, it had become a vase that could only be admired. Yanji secretly swore in his heart that if he met the fellow who took away the ice and fire energy, he would definitely not let him off easily. Let's go to the Heaven Upholding Peak. Yanji spoke and led the crowd into the air, flying towards the Heaven Upholding Peak, not far away. In a short while, they arrived at the peak of the Heaven Upholding Peak. The Heaven Upholding Peak was quite large. In the center of the peak, the bottom of the white jade staircase was firmly connected to the peak, without any gaps. At this moment, there were still few people on the peak. After all, the Heaven Upholding Peak was the closest to the Divine Academy. They only needed to fly a short distance to reach it. There's a restriction? Looks like it's not time to climb the sky staircase yet. Yanji came to the front of the staircase and discovered an invisible barrier in front of him. He frowned and muttered, "Then let's wait." Jiang Xian and Wenbai stood behind Yanji, waiting silently. So. As time passed, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The other warriors of the divine Nether realm had all rushed over and landed on the peak. However, the position at the peak was very limited, and the number of warriors who came was extremely large, so the fight for the position at the peak began. Many of the weaker warriors were chased away by the stronger warriors who came later. There were even some vicious and merciless experts who directly took the lives of others, intimidating many people. The disciples of the Divine Academy stood quietly on one side, watching the fight on the other side. Their faces showed that they were used to seeing such a scene. They were the forces of the Divine Academy. Naturally, no one would be so blind as to challenge the authority of the Divine Academy. Come, let's enter the peak as well. Zhuowen and Long Tian also arrived at the heaven-upholding peak. Although the fight on the peak was extremely intense, the two of them turned a blind eye to it. Hey, are the two of you looking to die? You actually dare to let him come up. An attack suddenly swept over, pouncing towards Zhuowen and Long Tian. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. With a wave of his sleeve, the attack collapsed. The one who's looking to die is you, not me. After breaking the attack, Zhuowen's gaze landed on a man around 30 years old. His cultivation was roughly at the high-level martial emperor realm. He could be considered above average among this group of people. Seeing how easily Zhuowen broke his attack, the man knew that he had encountered a tough opponent. He hurriedly smiled and said, "That was a misunderstanding. Brother, feel free to come up." Misunderstanding? Sorry, I also misunderstood that you wanted to kill me. So, I plan to return the favor. Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and a powerful force swept out, slamming into the man's body. Although the latter tried his best to resist, it was to no avail. He shattered into a cloud of blood mist. Zhuowen's ruthless action caused many of the surrounding people to gasp. Then, no one dared to attack Zhuowen and Long Tian. Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. He brought Long Tian to a secluded corner not far from Shan Academy. The reason why he killed so decisively was naturally to make an example out of them as soon as possible. More and more cultivators gathered at the mountain peak. In the end, the mountain peak became crowded, and the battles became more and more intense. However, with the arrival of the major forces of the Divine Spectre realm, the number of independent cultivators decreased. Instead, they were replaced by cultivators from other forces of the Divine Spectre realm. Among them, the Great Lane Temple had also come. What was strange was that the disciples of the Great Lane Temple were basically young monks with shaved heads. The leader was covered in Buddhist light, and he followed behind Master Xian Xian. That young monk is Buddhist, who has recently become famous. It is said that Buddhist cultivation has reached the half-step saint realm. He has inherited most of Master Xian Xian's legacy. He has also comprehended the extremely powerful law of karma. He is a terrifying opponent. When the Great Lane Temple descended on the mountain peak, it immediately attracted the attention of many people, especially Buddhist, who was following behind Master Xian Xian, became the focus of everyone's attention. After Buddhist landed on the mountain peak, he casually looked around. His gaze finally landed on Zhuowen, who was in a secluded corner. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Not many people knew that Buddhist was Zhuowen's doppelganger. Other than Zhuowen's close friends, only Yan Ji, Jiang Xian, Wenbai, and Xiao Yu knew about it. Even the Blue Dragon Hall's hallmaster, Sapphire Shore, did not know that Zhuowen actually had two doppelgangers. If Sapphire Shore knew about it, he would definitely take the initiative to destroy Buddhist and demonic. Benefactors Yanji, Jiangxian, and Wenbai, how have you been? After Master Xian Xian landed on the mountain peak, he slowly walked towards Yanji and the other two with a smile on his face. Master Xian Xian, Yanji, and the other two did not dare to be negligent. They all returned the greeting, and the four of them started to discuss in detail. Although Master Xian Xian's cultivation was not as high as Yanji's, he was much stronger than Jiang Xian and Wenbai. Therefore, Yen Ji and the other two had no choice but to treat him with caution. After all the major forces gathered at the mountain peak, the battle from before completely stopped. Many cultivators who were unable to occupy a spot could only hover outside the mountain peak, depressed, as they waited for the stairway to heaven to open. 9 Nether Gathering, Stairway to Heaven. Suddenly, a vast voice resounded from the 9 Nether sky. Shortly after, the restriction in front of the white jade stairway disappeared in an instant. Let's go. Let's climb the stairway to heaven. On the mountain peak, the eyes of all the disciples of the major forces lit up. Shortly after, they flew towards the stairway to heaven like locusts. Chapter 1464. The 9 Serenities Sky Platform. What a strange power! As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, Zhuowen sensed a strange power coming from the top of the stairs. This power merged with his meridians like countless small bombs, exploding loudly, trying to turn his meridians into dust. However, Zhuowen's cultivation was strong. He circulated his immortal energy and immediately resisted the power that was trying to enter his meridians. Ah! Suddenly, miserable cries came from the stairs below. Soon after, Zhuowen noticed in astonishment that many of the martial practitioners who had just entered the stairs had directly exploded and died. Those below the high-level Great Emperor realm will die, without a doubt, if they climb the stairs to heaven. Another loud voice rolled down from the sky, causing Zhuowen's eyes to narrow slightly. It seemed that there was a limit to the stairs to heaven. Cultivators below the high-level Great Emperor realm couldn't withstand it at all. Let's continue climbing the stairs to heaven. No longer paying attention to the situation below, Zhuowen and Long Tian made their way to the top in an orderly manner. They weren't too fast or too slow. Without a doubt, the disciples of the Fine Theology Academy and the Great Thunderclap Temple were far ahead of the rest of the cultivators. The stairs to heaven were close to 10,000 feet tall. High-level Great Emperors could barely reach the top. Is this 9 Serenities heaven? It's so dark, as if nothing exists. The disciples of the Fine Theology Academy and the Great Thunderclap Temple were the first to reach the top of the stairs, followed by the other cultivators. When the crowd saw the scenery of 9 Serenities heaven, they were all shocked. 9 Serenities heaven was outside the 9 Serenities realm. It was an empty space. Most cultivators had never seen it before. Now that they were seeing it for the first time, they were naturally surprised and curious. Zhuowen was among the crowd. He wasn't surprised. After all, he'd seen 9 Serenities heaven before. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that the 9 planets floating in 9 Serenities heaven weren't arranged in a straight line like before. Instead, they were arranged in a ring. In the void at the center of the 9 planets stood an extremely vast white jade platform. The platform was tens of thousands of kilometers wide and was divided into several regions. Forests, swamps, mountains, rivers, and other natural landscapes were slowly displayed on the platform, just like a small world. The platform stood in the void, and 9 long white jade bridges extended from 9 directions of the platform, heading towards the direction of the 9 great netherworlds. The end of one of the long white jade bridges was the divine netherworlds. Look, it's a genius from another nether realm. On the square platform of the divine nether realm, many warriors were discussing animatedly as they looked towards the square platforms of the other nether realms. Zhuowen was no exception. However, when his gaze swept across the 6 platforms, the Dragon Netherworld Realm, Martial Netherworld Realm, Killing Netherworld Realm, Death Netherworld Realm, Flower Netherworld Realm, and Night Netherworld Realm, an extremely blazing coldness erupted from his eyes. The saint sovereigns of the 6 great netherworlds had once joined forces to snatch the saint artifact from Zhuowen. Moreover, they had also caused him to miss the opportunity to snatch back Mu Qinxue. Zhuowen hated the 6 great netherworlds to the core. Very quickly, after Zhuowen's gaze swept past the 6 great netherworlds, it landed on the square platform of the demon netherworld realm. On that square platform, there were powerful demon emperors gathered. The person leading them was a charming young woman. She wore a rather revealing armor and had a pair of cute furry cat ears on her head. A pair of dark golden pupils, however, carried a cold and detached look, keeping people 1,000 miles away from him. Many demon emperors in the demon netherworld realm looked at the young woman with reverence in their eyes. Behind this young woman stood 3 graceful figures. All 3 of them had peerless beauty, causing one's heart to tremble when they saw them. One of them was a girl with a pair of wings on her back. She was pure and lovely. As soon as she stepped onto the platform, her beautiful eyes scanned the square platform as if she was looking for something. However, after searching for a long time, the winged girl's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. "Is that Wu Dai?" Looking at the winged girl who was looking around, Zhuowen couldn't help but smile. Wu Dai's cultivation speed was rather fast. Her cultivation had also reached the half-step saint level. Coupled with her identity as a dark soul ice butterfly, her battle strength was definitely not simple. After retracting his gaze from the demon netherworld realm, Zhuowen landed in the direction of the desolate netherworld realm. On the square platform of the desolate netherworld realm, demonic aura soared into the sky. All the people gathered. There were terrifying demonic cultivators. The billowing demonic aura danced like a group of demons, looking exceptionally ferocious. The leader of the desolate netherworld realm's deserted island was called Huang Mo. Demonic aura surged from his body as countless demonic shadows lingered around him. A terrifying demonic aura gushed out from Huang Mo's body. On the square platform, many demonic cultivators were dozens of steps away from Huang Mo. The atmosphere around Huang Mo was extremely cold and lonely. Of course, there were only 3 people who were like boulders following behind Huang Mo. One of them wore a ghost mask and carried a long black saber on his back. His eyes were slightly closed, and the demonic aura around him was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen only glanced at the man with the ghost mask before his gaze fell on the other 2. Zhuowen was naturally very familiar with these 2 people. They were his demonic doppelganger, Mo1, and the Lord of Tai Mo. When Zhuowen had first joined the Divine Academy, his demonic doppelganger had followed the Lord of Tai Mo to the desolate netherworld realm to cultivate. Both of them were demonic cultivation geniuses. Not long after entering the desolate netherworld realm, they were noticed by the people of the deserted island and were carefully nurtured. Of course, Mo1's progress was the fastest. His reputation and cultivation were catching up to the number 1 genius of the deserted island, Gue Sha. Gue Sha was the guy with the ghost mask. I wonder who's hosting the 9 Underworld Conference this time. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the dragon netherworld realm. He found that Sapphire Shore was still standing there calmly, without any intention of moving. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was said that Sapphire Shore had personally hosted the 9 Underworld Conference in the past, but this time seemed to be a little different. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 2 figures flew out from the center of the 9 Underworld Sky platform. These 2 figures weren't young, around 40 years old. One of them wore an arcane robe and was filled with powerful immortal chi. Without a doubt, he was an arcane saint master. The other person wore a green robe and had a goatee. His muscles were bulging, and his hands were behind his back. He looked around as if he was inspecting something. "Greetings, everyone of the Eastern lands. I am Chao Rong, and I have received the order of the Chaos Temple to host the 9 Underworld Conference. I believe everyone will welcome me, Chao Rong said with a smile, which immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators. He's actually sent by the Chaos Temple. I remember that the Chaos Temple is an extremely powerful force in the Middle Lands. However, such a force will soon interfere with the affairs of the other continents. Why are they interfering this time? Zhuowen frowned slightly. The aura from Chao Rong's body was very powerful. Even Sapphire Shore in the Dragon Netherworld realm would have to think twice before facing Chao Rong. Zhuowen guessed that Chao Rong was very likely a Heavenly Saint cultivator. As for what Heavenly Saint realm he was in, he wasn't very clear. He only knew that Chao Rong's aura might not be comparable to Zhou Tianzong's, but it wasn't far off. Chao Rong didn't wait for the crowd's reply, and continued, I'm taking over the hosting of the 9 Underworld Conference, this time with the approval of Hall Master Qing. Moreover, everyone knows that this 9 Underworld Conference is related to the quota to enter the Middle Lands. Of course, I will still mention a piece of good news. If any of you have good seedlings, I will accept you on behalf of the Chaos Temple and bring you back to the Chaos Temple. Whoosh! Chao Rong's words caused a huge uproar. The Chaos Temple's influence in the Middle Lands was very strong and deeply rooted. It was extremely difficult to join such a force. Even for the cultivators in the Middle Lands, it was extremely difficult to join the Chaos Temple. Unless you were a peerless monster, it would be very difficult to enter. But now, Chao Rong said that he might choose good seedlings in the 9 Underworld Conference and directly accept them into the Chaos Temple. This was definitely great news. Looking at the huge reaction around him, Chao Rong's lips curled into a smile as he continued, Therefore, if you work hard, there's a chance of you being chosen by me. This sentence immediately caused the entire place to explode, and the clamor never stopped. Chao Rong's tone isn't small. Zhuowen, who was in the crowd, was as calm as ever. He didn't feel any joy at all. All right, I won't waste any more time. Any cultivator below the age of 300 and above who is a high-level martial emperor can come to the 9th Underworld Heavenly Platform on their own. As for the leaders of the various secluded realms, I'm afraid they can only watch from the square platform. For the sake of their own safety, the leaders of the various secluded realms should not attempt to enter the 9th Underworld Sky Platform. Chao Rong continued. The leaders of the 9 secluded realms looked at each other and sighed softly. They stood where they were without moving and ordered their disciples to head to the 9 Nether Sky Platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sounds of breaking air rang out one after another. Immediately after, under the permission of the faction leader, the cultivators stepped onto the long white jade bridge in an orderly manner. Very quickly, a long stream of people appeared on the long white jade bridge. Yang, Yi, you little brat, go up first. Give everyone a good start. In Xie Shun Institute, old man Tian, Du was glaring at the lazy figure not far away. Yang Yi shrugged and said, Since you're sincerely begging me, then I'll reluctantly take the lead. As he spoke, Yang Yi stepped onto the long white jade bridge and walked towards the 9th Underworld Sky Platform. Old man Tian, Du, was so angry that his teeth were itching. What was Yang Yi saying? What he said just now wasn't a plea, it was an order. Following closely behind Yang Yi was Fu Yu of the Divine Devil Peak and the genius disciples of the other main peaks. After all the disciples of Xie Shun Institute had stepped onto the long white jade bridge, it was the great lightning Toon Temple's turn next. The rogue cultivators quietly waited at the back. They had no power or influence and could only be the last. This was the sorrow of rogue cultivators. Chapter 1465. Birth Saint. Luck. There were hundreds of thousands of 9 Nether Realm cultivators participating in the 9 Nether Conference. apart from the elimination of nearly half of the 9 Netherrealm cultivators. Most of the cultivators, who were over 300 years old, were eliminated during the White Jade Bridge segment. Only a few tens of thousands of people actually came to the 9 Netherworld platform. However, compared to the platform's enormous size, tens of thousands of people only occupied a small portion of it. Chao Rong quietly floated above the crowd and said expressionlessly, "The 9 Netherworld realms have their number 1 genius. Come out and let me see. Also, tell me your name." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd looked at each other, and 8 figures slowly walked out from the crowd. Dragon Netherworld Realms Qing Longzi, Divine Netherworld Realms Yang Yi, Flower Netherworld Realms Flower, Fairy, Death Netherworld Realms Shui Jia, Killing Netherworld Realms Sha Zi, Night Netherworld Realms Yiksha, Desolate Netherworld Realms Gui Sha, Demon Netherworld Realms Yun Ran. Chao Rong nodded as he sized up these 8 figures, and he revealed a wisp of admiration as he said, "Not bad indeed. 5 of you have actually reached the profound Saint Realm. 4 of you are at the Void Saint Realm, and 1 is at the Nirvana Saint Realm." As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Because the 8 people who came out had concealed their auras, the crowd couldn't see their cultivation. Now that Chao Rong pointed it out, the crowd couldn't help but be shocked. 5 of the 8 people had become saints, as expected of the top geniuses of the various Netherworld realms. Yen Ruhua, who was in the Blue Dragon Hall's team, pursed his lips. In fact, he also wanted to show off, but Chao Rong only asked the top geniuses of the 9 Netherworld realms to come out. He wasn't a genius of the 9 Netherworld realm, so he naturally wasn't qualified to come out. "You're Qing Longzi of the Blue Dragon Hall, right? You're not bad. I'm looking forward to your performance." Chao Rong deeply glanced at the indifferent Qing Longzi, and her words that were filled with deep meaning immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. "Looks like Qing Longzi's cultivation is the highest among the crowd. Otherwise, Lord Chao Rong wouldn't specifically mention him." With Chao Rong's reminder, many people looked at Qing Longzi with reverence. The profound sage realm was divided into 5 small realms, which were called the 5 profound sage realms. They were the profound void realm, the nirvana realm, the profound prying realm, the profound purifying realm, and the profound shattering realm. Qing Longzi was obviously the one with the highest cultivation among the 5 that Chao Rong had mentioned, having reached the 2nd profound nirvana realm. To be able to reach the nirvana saint realm at this age, Qing Longzi's talent was absolutely incomparably high. Of course, this was also inseparable from the Blue Dragon Hall's vigorous cultivation. "Congratulations, Hall Master Qing. I didn't expect Qing Longzi to be able to advance to the Nirvana Saint Realm. I'm afraid the champion of this 9 Nether Conference is already set in stone. In the past, the champions were basically all from the Blue Dragon Hall. This time should be no exception." As soon as Chao Rong finished speaking, the leaders of the other forces on the 9 platforms all cupped their hands and congratulated Sapphire Shore. It was obvious that they were trying to curry favor with him. Sapphire Shore slightly raised his chin. Although he repeatedly waved his hand and modestly said no, his eyes were full of pride. "Sapphire Shore, this old fart looks like he's invested a lot in Qing Longzi. He actually allowed him to advance to the Nirvana Saint Realm. On the platform of the Divine Nether Realm, Yen Ji frowned slightly. His eyes were full of displeasure. "Don't the Eastern lands have the 9 Nether Realms? Now that only 8 people have come out, where's the last one?" Chao Rong suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, many of the surrounding cultivators had a strange look on their faces. Without a doubt, this Nether Realm that hadn't appeared yet was the martial Nether Realm. what happened in the martial nether realm was spread throughout the 9 nether realms. They all knew that the 3 direct disciples of the Saint Martial sect and the strongest disciple, Wu Zhantian, were killed in the martial nether realm. Even the Grand Elder of the Saint Martial sect, a void arcane Saint Realm Saint, was severely injured. It was extremely miserable. And all of this was said to have been done by Zhuowen. Back then, Zhuowen had fled pathetically under the joint attack of the 6 great saints. Now that he had returned, it was for revenge. The Saint Martial sect had undoubtedly become the first target of Zhuowen's revenge. I'm the current number 1 genius of the martial nether realm. Suddenly, a somewhat timid voice came. Immediately, a young man in his 20s walked out from the martial nether realms team. Perhaps feeling everyone's strange gaze, the young man hurriedly walked to the front. His eyes were on his nose, and his nose was on his heart. He didn't dare to look at Chao Rong. This is the 9th level Emperor realm. Chao Rong's gaze froze. He looked at the timid young man with some surprise, but his heart was extremely strange. The number 1 geniuses of the other 8 nether realms weren't powerful saints. They were at least half saints. However, the number 1 genius of the martial nether realm was only at the 9th level Emperor realm. Could it be that the martial nether realm was so weak? On the platform of the martial nether realm, Wu Ho's face was extremely ugly. Chao Rong's surprised words were like a ruthless slap to his face. However, he was also extremely helpless. After all, the 4 strongest geniuses of the sect had been killed by Zhuowen. Even Wu Zhantian was dead. He couldn't bring out any more powerful disciples. Zhuowen, that little bastard, don't let me see you again. If I see you, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Wu Ho clenched his fists and said fiercely, Palace Master Qing, do you think that Zhuowen will participate in the 9 Nether Conference? On the platform of the Dragon Nether Realm, Elder Raiwa asked in a low voice. Sapphire Shore shook his head and said, that little bastard won't dare to come. Although his strength has indeed increased rapidly, what can a guy who hasn't become a saint do? That's right. Looks like we can only wait for the 9 Nether Conference to deal with that little bastard. Elder Raiwa nodded. Sapphire Shore smiled slightly. He had to eliminate Zhuowen. However, he wasn't in a hurry because the 9 Nether Conference was very important to him. If the method that Skyworm mentioned works, perhaps I can really control the 9 Nether Realm. Chao Rong and the profound Saint Master beside him walked to the eastern area of the platform. There were 3 huge circular platforms in this area. The platforms were connected to each other by iron chains. At the edge of the first platform, there were 9 stone pillars. There were many runes on the surface of the pillars that flickered with powerful energy. These energy lights gathered together to form a dark blue barrier. There were ripples on the surface of the barrier. On the second platform sat a rather majestic hall. This hall faintly revealed a trace of saint aura. It didn't look simple at all. The third platform was the largest, spanning 100 miles. There were 3,000 wooden pillars erected on it, each of which was dozens of feet tall. This is the first stage of the 9 Nether Conference. You all know that Saint Luck will appear in this 9 Nether Conference. I've named this first stage Saint Luck Birth. As the name suggests, Saint Luck will be born from this first stage. Chao Rong pointed at the 3 platforms as his loud voice continued to resound, reverberating in everyone's ears. Birth of Saint Luck? Everyone's eyes lit up. There was no doubt that their main purpose in participating in this 9 Nether Conference was Saint Luck. Saint Luck was extremely beneficial to those who had not yet entered the Saint Realm, as well as those who had just entered the profound Saint Realm. There are 3,000 Saint Pillars on the third platform. At noon, Saint Luck will descend from the depths of the nine nether heaven and be distributed among these 3,000 saint pillars. Of course, the distribution of the saint pillars is not equal. The earlier the saint pillars are, the more Saint Luck they can receive. If you want more Saint Luck, then reach the third platform as soon as possible and snatch the saint pillars in front. Chao Rong's words were very concise, but it caused the eyes of many participants on the nine nether heaven platform to burn. Guning, go and activate the energy of these three platforms. Chao Rong instructed the profound Saint Master beside him. Guning nodded and jumped up, standing above the three platforms. He took out origin crystals from his spirit ring, flipped his hands, and immediately began to construct an origin formation that enveloped the three platforms. In an instant, the three platforms seemed to come alive. Powerful energy soared into the sky and dissipated, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel a throbbing sensation. What powerful energy! Some cultivators' faces changed slightly. After Guning's actions, the platforms were no longer as calm as before, and their auras were much more terrifying than before. You can start now. I have to remind you in advance that only 3,000 people can obtain Saint Luck, but there are tens of thousands of you. As for the third platform, as long as the Saint Luck hasn't been born yet, you can use any method. Chao Rong smiled slyly. Obviously, his words were to remind everyone that fighting for the position of the Saint Pillars didn't prohibit any method, including snatching. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Chao Rong's voice fell, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Get lost! What are you doing? How dare you sneak attack me from behind? You're blocking my way. Before entering the platform, there were already many people who had begun to quarrel with each other. Some even started fighting because of it. Zhuowen and Long Tian didn't get involved in this matter. The two of them quietly stepped onto the first platform. Zhuowen and Long Tian naturally knew the principle of shooting the bird that pokes its head out, so their positions weren't very close to the front. The ones who were really far ahead were the top geniuses of the nine nether realms and the other elite disciples. The first stage is very simple. You can pass by using brute force to break the energy barrier. Of course, the entrance and exit have to be broken once, so everyone has to break the energy barrier twice. Chao Rong said indifferently. Qing Longzi took the lead and blasted a hole in the energy barrier with his palm. With a swoosh, he entered. Yen Ruhua followed, closely behind, followed by the other top geniuses of the nether realms. However, the one who surprised everyone was Yang Yi of the divine nether realm. Yang Yi was extremely lazy and walked slowly. Even so, Yang Yi's position was very close to the front, in the top 20. Long Tian, let's not stand out too much. This is only the first stage of the Nine Nether Conference. There's no need to expose too much. Zhuowen transmitted his voice to Long Tian. Chapter 1466. The benefits of Saint Luck, that Qing Longzi is not bad. Most of the people are still on the first platform, but he's far ahead. He's already reached the second platform. Chao Rong's eyes flashed as she muttered to herself. The energy barrier on the first platform was extremely tough. Most of the cultivators who reached the first platform were sent flying back with blood spurting out of their mouths when they punched the barrier. The slightly stronger warriors performed better. They used their special skills to constantly bombard the barrier. However, other than creating some ripples on the barrier, they were unable to break it. Only a small number of warriors were extremely powerful. With a single punch, they were able to create a hole in the energy barrier and successfully enter the first platform. As for the invincible Emperor Lords and half-saint cultivators of the Nine Serenity Realms, their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a hole as tall as a person had been created. Looks like there are many hidden geniuses in the 9 Serenity realms. Zhuowen and Long Tian barely broke the energy barrier. The moment they stepped onto the first platform, they were shocked to find that there were almost 100 people faster than them. Most of them were invincible emperor lords and half-saints. Terrifying geniuses like Qing Longzi, who was already a saint, had already reached the end of the second platform. Soon, he would reach the third platform. Let's go. Zhuowen and Long Tian didn't waste any time. Without exposing themselves too much, they also broke the exit of the first platform and crossed the cable bridge to reach the second platform. There was a large hall on the second platform. The surface of the hall was filled with saint aura. The front door was open, and it was pitch black inside. As soon as the two entered the hall, they heard a series of screams. Then, they were shocked to find that several high-level emperors ahead of them had mysteriously exploded and died. What's that? Long Tian frowned slightly, clearly confused. Let's go in and take a look, Zhuowen said in a deep voice, and walked into the depths of the hall. However, the moment Zhuowen took a step forward, a dense sound of breaking air suddenly swept over. It was as if there were countless arrows exploding from the surroundings, piercing towards Zhuowen's vital points. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he took a few steps forward. Like a ghost, he dodged the countless sounds of the air being torn apart. At the moment when the last wave of air-piercing sound was heard, Zhuowen touched it with his right hand and then reached out. He found that the air-piercing sound was actually a strange insect. This insect was about the size of a thumb. Its surface was covered with silver scales, and its mouth was as sharp as a needle. At this moment, the worm was lying in Zhuowen's palm and kept twisting. Its sharp mouth pierced into Zhuowen's flesh, trying to drill into Zhuowen's body. However, this insect was obviously in vain. Zhuowen now had a second-rate divine body. Even if he did not actively activate the power of the divine body, his body was far tougher than an ordinary warrior's. Zhuowen crushed the insect into powder and said to Long Tian indifferently, "It's just a bunch of useless insects. Come with me." Long Tian nodded, jumped, and immediately followed Zhuowen. Along the way, countless of these strange insects rushed over, wanting to drill into their bodies. However, they were all annihilated by Zhuowen, allowing them to pass through the interior of the hall unimpeded. This scene stunned the people who came later in the hall. That guy actually used his body to resist the strange insects. I remember that a warrior from before, even if he took out a high-level defensive emperor weapon, it was useless. Could it be that these insects are strong in appearance, but weak in reality? Let me try. One of the 7th-level emperor realm warriors who did not believe in heresy shouted and rushed out. However, before he could get far, countless air-piercing sounds flashed past. Then, this warrior directly exploded and died. Hiss! Suddenly, many warriors who gathered at the entrance of the hall and did not dare to move forward gasped. Walking out of the hall, Zhuowen saw the third platform in front of him at a glance. There were wooden stakes erected upright there. At this moment, the first 500 wooden stakes had already been occupied. Zhuowen and Long Tian leaped up and landed firmly on the 501st and 502nd wooden stakes, as steady as Mount Tai. Among them, the most eye-catching were undoubtedly the top 20 wooden stakes. Among them, Qing Longzi occupied the first wooden stake, Yan Ruhua was second, Yang Yi was third, and the desolate island Guisha was fourth. Then, the desolate island's Emowen was fifth, and Lu Hantian was sixth. What surprised Zhuowen was that Lu Hantian had become a saint at some point. The saint aura that faintly leaked out was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen's other clone, Buddha Wen, was on the 13th wooden stake. Wu Dai was on the 15th wooden stake, and Tai Mo Lord was on the 17th wooden stake. Among the top 20 wooden stakes, the Dragon Nether Realm occupied 4. The Divine Nether Realm had 3. The Desolate Nether Realm had 3. The Demon Nether Realm had 3. The Flower Nether Realm had 2. And the other Nether Realms had 1 each. However, the Martial Nether Realm naturally did not have a single one. After all, the top geniuses of the Martial Nether Realm had been completely wiped out by Zhuowen. The 2 of them had no intention of fighting for the wooden stakes in front of them. Zhuowen was very clear that this was only the first stage of the 9 Nether Meat. The amount of Saint Luck one obtained here did not have much to do with the amount of Saint Luck one obtained in the end. After all, the one who had the last laugh was the ultimate winner. Zhuowen was very clear that the last few stages of the 9 Nether Meat were the most important ones. As time passed, many cultivators arrived one after another. After all, not every cultivator's speed was as fast as Qinglongzi's. Outside the 9 Nether Sky platform, the leaders of the 9 Nether Realms were all smiling. However, the Martial Nether Realms, Wu Ho's face was extremely ugly. This was because their Martial Nether Realm occupied very few spots among the 3,000 wooden stakes. Moreover, they were all at the back. There was no doubt that they would obtain very little Saint Luck. Damn that Zhuowen! Wu Ho was filled with hatred. If it wasn't for Zhuowen, their Martial Nether Realm wouldn't be in such a sorry state. This time, there wasn't a single person in the top 100. It was simply too embarrassing, especially when he saw the mocking gazes of the other Nether Realm leaders. Wu Ho wished that he could dig a hole and hide in it. It's almost noon. Everyone, please wait patiently. The Saint Luck is about to appear, Chao Rong said indifferently. When these words came out, many of the cultivators on the wooden stakes were extremely excited. Zhuowen and Long Tian were no exception. However, after the excitement, Zhuowen looked around and frowned slightly. This was because he couldn't sense any heavenly insect's aura among the 3,000 people. Logically speaking, the heavenly insect shouldn't have missed the 9 Nether Conference. Why can't I even sense a trace of its aura? Zhuowen muttered to himself helplessly. Moreover, Zhuowen also noticed that Chao Rong of the Primal Chaos Temple was also carefully sizing up everyone present. Although he looked indifferent, Zhuowen could feel that Chao Rong was probably looking for something. It seems that the Primal Chaos Temple has really found traces of the heavenly insect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a heavenly Saint Realm Saint and a profound Saint Master. Zhuowen thought to himself. Although Zhuowen really wanted to tell Chao Rong that the heavenly insect avatar was being protected by the Blue Dragon Hall, he didn't dare to do so now. After all, the immortal saint artifact on him was too attractive to many people. At that time, before he could say anything about the heavenly insect, he would get into trouble instead. The gains would not make up for the losses. In fact, what he was most worried about now was that after 5 years, he didn't know how strong the heavenly insect had become. It's noon. Chao Rong's resounding voice suddenly rang out. Immediately, the 3,000 cultivators on the wooden stakes all raised their heads, their eyes filled with excitement. Even the lazy-looking Yang Yi raised his head as a playful smile appeared in his eyes. Boom! A dazzling golden light shot out from the depths of the 9 Nether Heaven. This golden light was very strange. Even the pitch-black 9 Nether Heaven was dyed an endless golden color by this golden light. The golden light shot out very quickly and instantly reached the sky above the 9 Nether Sky platform. Is this Saint Luck? Zhuowen muttered softly as he looked at the golden light that had almost dyed the entire 9 Nether Heaven golden. However, his gaze wasn't on the golden light, but on the depths of the 9 Nether Heaven where the golden light had come from. How exactly was this so-called Saint Luck born in the endless void? Zhuowen was very curious. Boom! Endless golden light spread across the sky above the 9 serene sky platform. Soon after, it suddenly exploded and turned into rays of golden light. At the same time, the surface of the wooden stakes on the 3rd platform lit up with complicated runes. The power of the runes soared into the sky like a giant hand, sucking the countless rays of golden light into the wooden stakes. The wooden stake Zhuowen was on also surged with rune power. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that the closer to the wooden stake, the stronger the rune power was, and the more rays of golden light it could absorb. The rune power quickly returned, bringing with it a ray of golden light. The rune power returned to the wooden stake, and the golden light surged into Zhuowen's body. After that, Zhuowen discovered that as the golden light poured into his body, his comprehension of the laws in his body was suddenly enlightened. The doubts he had about the laws in the past were completely dispelled at this moment, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. Is this the effect of Saint Luck? Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. No wonder everyone said that Saint Luck could help one become a saint. So this was the case. When the Saint Luck poured into his body, it could actually deepen his comprehension of the laws in his body. As his comprehension of the laws deepened, it naturally wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the saint realm. After all, breaking through to the saint realm only required an opportunity, and this opportunity was to have a deep enough comprehension of the laws and be able to master it. This trace of Saint Luck isn't enough. If I can obtain more Saint Luck, perhaps my comprehension of the laws will be several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times more profound than it is now. Chapter 1467. Seizing Saint Luck after obtaining the benefits of Saint Luck, Zhuowen's thirst for Saint Luck increased. He knew that as long as he could gather more Saint Luck, his chances of becoming a saint would increase. Not only Zhuowen, but the other cultivators who had obtained Saint Luck also looked greedy. They glanced at the other cultivators as if they were looking at prey. Boom, boom. Suddenly, dozens of light pillars shot up into the sky continuously from the wooden stake. The aura emitted by these light pillars was extremely vast and terrifying. Someone has broken through. Many cultivators on the wooden pillars were astonished. They raised their heads and looked at the dozens of people who had rushed out of the light pillars. It seems that the Saint Luck has allowed these people to comprehend cosmic energy. They're probably going to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Zhuowen glanced at the dozens of people. Without exception, they were all 9th layer Great Emperors. They hadn't comprehended cosmic energy. However, the power of Saint Luck had allowed them to comprehend the mysteries of cosmic energy. They had broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Cosmic energy is descending from the sky. It seems that the breakthrough is going to end soon. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, dozens of cosmic energy had descended from the sky. Most of them were elemental cosmic energy. However, there were 2 people who attracted the attention of many people. These 2 people didn't comprehend elemental cosmic energy, but special cosmic energy. One of them was a young man in his early 20s. The cosmic energy above his head contained a destructive qi. The cosmic energy he comprehended was the same as Fu Yu of the Divine Devil Peak of the excellent Divine College. It was also the law of destruction. The destructive qi it contained was terrifying. The other person had countless sword shadows above his head. These sword shadows revealed an incomparably sharp qi. It was a special sword cosmic energy. Looking at these 2 people, Zhuowen smiled. These 2 people were his old friends. The one who comprehended the law of destruction was Jianan, and the one who comprehended the law of sword was Emo Lingtian. In the past few years, the 2 of them had improved very quickly, especially Emo Lingtian. Although he was talented at the beginning, There was still a gap between him and Jianan and Gatha. However, Mo Lingtian didn't fall behind Jia Nen because of his talent. Instead, he was on par with Jianan. They were both 9th layer great emperors. Now, because of the Saint Luck, he had comprehended cosmic energy and become a great emperor realm expert. As for Moyan Wushang and Jia Sha, their cultivation was much higher than Jianan's and Mo Lingtian's. They had already reached the half-saint realm. Jia Sha's cultivation was originally the lowest among them, but now she had surpassed the others and become the strongest. Qing Yin didn't participate in this 9 Netherworld conference because her cultivation was stuck at the peak of the 6th layer Great Emperor realm. Until now, she hadn't broken through to the high-level Great Emperor realm. She wasn't even qualified to climb the heavenly stairway, let alone obtain Saint Luck. The dozens of people who had comprehended the law of Saint Luck were envied by many people, especially those who couldn't reach the 3rd platform and were eliminated. Their hearts were bleeding. Everyone who has obtained the Saint Luck should have tasted the benefits of the Saint Luck, right? Chao Rong stood in the sky, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he said indifferently. The people standing on the wooden pillars all nodded their heads as an additional fervent look appeared in their eyes. Even Qing Longzi, who was standing on the first wooden pillar, had a trace of fervent look in his eyes. Haha, this is only the first stage. The second stage is to increase your Saint Luck. Now, follow me. After Chao Rong finished speaking, he and Gu Ning stepped into the sky and flew towards the west. The 3,000 cultivators standing on the wooden pillars looked at each other, then immediately flew down the wooden pillars and followed closely behind. The Saint Luck from the depths of 9 Netherworld heaven had all been shared by them. Naturally, they wouldn't stand on the wooden pillars like idiots anymore. The western region was thousands of miles wide, and it was filled with many different landscapes. There were deserts, plains, forests, and mountains. It was a small natural world. Chao Rong and Gu Ning floated in the air above this natural world. The 3,000 cultivators behind them also stopped behind the 2 of them, staring at the natural world below in amazement. What was strange was that there were actually 30 huge arenas in this natural world. The arenas were distributed quite evenly. There were arenas in deserts, plains, forests, and mountains, and the landscape of each arena was different. There are 30 arenas in this natural world. Each arena is extremely wide. There are 3,000 of you, so if you divide them evenly, there will be 100 people in each arena. The rules of the second stage are actually very simple. That is the arena point system. Each of you has an initial score of 1 point. Every person you defeat will add 1 point, and every defeat will deduct 1 point. The result is that the points will be ranked from highest to lowest, and the top 100 will advance to the next round. Chao Rong said indifferently. The 3,000 cultivators nodded repeatedly. The rules of the points ranking were obviously quite fair. After all, it was obviously unfair to use a 2-on-1 elimination system in the arena battles. After all, if 2 powerful geniuses were to encounter each other in advance, one of them would definitely be eliminated. This was not beneficial to the progress of the arena battles. However, the points system was much better. It didn't matter even if one lost a match. As long as one's total score was in the top 100, they wouldn't be eliminated. This rule was obviously more advantageous to the stronger geniuses. Everyone should have no objections to the rules, right? Chao Rong said indifferently. The 3,000 cultivators looked at each other, but no one spoke. Obviously, there were no objections. In that case, let's start drawing lots. The 30 arenas have their own numbers, from 1 to 30. Whichever number you draw, you will go to that arena. After Chao Rong finished speaking, he waved his sleeve. Suddenly, Countless light sticks flew out from his hand and landed in the hands of the 3,000 cultivators. Zhuowen flipped his right hand, and the number 7 was written on the light stick in his hand. Looks like it's arena number 7, Zhuowen thought to himself. Everyone should know your own number, right? Now, let's go to our respective arenas. As soon as Chao Rong finished speaking, the 3,000 cultivators flew out and entered the natural world to find their respective arenas. Arena number 7 is over there. Zhuowen's eyes immediately locked on an arena in the depths of the forest. He kicked his right foot and rushed toward the depths of the forest like a streamer. There was a large open space in the depths of the forest. On the open space, there was an arena made of green mound stone. At this moment, there was a large number of cultivators gathered below the arena. Obviously, they had all drawn lots to be placed in arena number 7. Zhuowen did not attract anyone's attention when he landed below the arena. As for Long Tian, who was beside him, he had drawn arena number 9, which was in the adjacent desert. The top geniuses of the 9 Netherworld realm also landed below their respective arenas. Among them, Qing Longzi was in arena number 1, Yang Yi in arena number 2, Yan Ruhua in arena number 3, Lu Hantian in arena number 4, Flower Fairy in arena number 5, Mo Wen in arena number 6, Shui Shou in arena number 7, Sha Zi in arena number 8, Yiksha in arena number 9, Yun Ran in arena number 10, and Gui Sha in arena number 11. Zhuowen paid more attention to Wu Dai in arena number 15, Fo Wen in arena number 17, Mo Yen Wushang in arena number 20, and Gatha in arena number 21. Generally speaking, those with higher strength would be assigned to different arenas. Obviously, this was deliberately arranged by Chao Rong. Although this natural world was extremely large and Zhuowen's arena number 7 was in the depths of the forest, the cultivators present were not weak. They were all cultivators at the peak of the 9 Netherworld realm. With their eyesight and mental energy, they could naturally see the entire natural world. The situation of the other arenas was no exception. Many of the martial warriors below the 7th arena looked at one of the figures standing proudly with fear in their eyes. This person was a 29-year-old man wearing a black windbreaker. His hair was very long, almost reaching his waist. His eyes contained a trace of deathly stillness. This person was the number 1 genius of the Nether Realm, Shui Jia. The aura on his body was as vast as the sea, but it contained a deathly stillness, as if this person was a dead man. The other cultivators in the 7th arena kept a distance from him, not daring to get too close. In addition to the fear in their hearts, it was also the influence of the faintly discernible deathly stillness. Shueisha raised his chin slightly. His gaze was not on the other cultivators in the 7th arena, but on the top geniuses in the other arenas. He knew very well that in the 7th arena, he was the king. No one could beat him. His real opponents were the top geniuses of the 9 Netherworld realm. This arena battle is also related to how much saint luck you have in your body. If you win, in addition to gaining 1 point, you can also take a part of your opponent's saint luck and integrate it into yourself. Therefore, I prefer to call this stage seizing saint luck. Chao Rong's voice rang out once again, reverberating throughout the space. This caused the originally quiet warriors to burst into an uproar. After tasting the great benefits of Saint Luck, their desire for it was like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey. It can actually take away Saint Luck. This is not bad. Shueisha was also moved. His gaze fell on the other cultivators in the 7th arena for the first time. However, his eyes were not filled with the joy of meeting an opponent, but with the greed of seeing prey. There was no doubt that he regarded the other 99 cultivators in the 7th arena as prey that could devour Saint Luck. I've been treated as prey. What a failure! Zhuowen licked his lips and sneered in his heart. Shueisha regarded the others as prey, but he did not know that he had already been targeted by Zhuowen. The second stage of seizing Saint Luck is about to begin. My clone will be the referee in your arena. Chapter 1468. Arena Competition 1 split into 30. Seeing Chao Rong display this move, many martial artists' eyes were moved. At their level of cultivation, creating clones was not considered a rare secret technique. However, to be able to create 30 clones at once was a little powerful. This Chao Rong was indeed a heavenly saint-level powerhouse. Whoosh! The 30 clones landed on the 30 arenas. Chao Rong was expressionless, and his gaze was cold. On the 7th arena, Chao Rong glanced at the remaining martial artists below the arena and continued, "Before the competition begins, I will give you a number." As he spoke, Chao Rong waved his sleeve and 100 light spots appeared. The light spots landed on Zhuowen's chest, and the number 15 appeared on his chest. "I will decide your opponent. I will draw lots to pair you up." The first round, number 1 versus number 75. Just as Chao Rong finished speaking, 2 young men flew out from below the arena. The 2 of them looked at each other cautiously as the origin energy in their bodies surged. The 2 of them weren't weak. They were both around the 8th Heaven Emperor realm. "Begin," Chao Rong announced indifferently. Immediately, light spots shot out from the glabella of the 2 of them as they activated their respective armor souls. From their attire, one could tell that one of them should be a core disciple of the Divine College, while the other should be a disciple of the Blue Dragon Hall. Both of them had similar cultivation levels. Naturally, they wanted to end the battle quickly from the start and use their strongest trump cards. Otherwise, it would be a waste of energy if the battle dragged on. After all, there were still many battles to be fought. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them quickly launched their attacks. Powerful shockwaves from the collision affected the entire space around the arena. After dozens of exchanges, the disciple of the Fine Divine Academy was slightly inferior. The disciple of the Azure Dragon Hall found an opening and punched out, heavily smashing into the chest of the Fine Divine Academy disciple. Uffed! The disciple of the Divine College spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out with a groan. Victory for number 1. Chao Rong was expressionless. Just as he finished speaking, a ray of light shot out from the defeated disciple of the Divine College and entered the body of the Blue Dragon Hall's disciple. Due to the golden ray of light, the disciple of the Blue Dragon Hall clenched his fists and looked excited. A golden light spot started to appear between his glabella. Zhuowen looked at the scene and pondered. The moment the Divine College's Blue Dragon Hall's disciple, he could feel the saint aura from the Blue Dragon Hall's disciple became more obvious and stronger. That was the effect of the saint luck. On the other hand, the saint luck of the disciple who had failed was extremely dim. It was obvious that most of his saint luck had been taken away by the Azure Dragon Hall disciple. The eyes of Shueisha, the strongest person in the 7th arena, lit up like never before. He murmured, "Stealing Saint Luck?" Studio number 15. After a battle ended, Chao Rong spoke again. Zhuowen took a step forward and directly leaped onto the arena. At this moment, on the other side of the stage, a man who looked to be in his 30s also jumped onto the stage. A disciple of the League of Assassins. Zhuowen looked at the kill word on the man's chest and immediately knew that this man was a disciple of the League of Assassins. When Zhuowen was attacked by the 6 saints, he had used his demon Dao doppelganger to investigate the situation of the other secluded realms. He had a good understanding of the various secluded realms. The strength of the disciple of the League of Assassins was only at the 8th level Great Emperor realm. In the League of Assassins, he could only be considered above average. "You've concealed your cultivation?" As soon as the man came up, he realized that he couldn't see through the cultivation of the young man in front of him. Begin. Chao Rong glanced at Zhuowen, because even he couldn't sense the specific cultivation of the young man in front of him. However, he was sure that the young man in front of him had not reached the Saint realm. What an interesting young man. It seems that his concealment secret technique is quite advanced. Even I can't see through it. Chao Rong thought to himself. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, there was a huge difference between a Saint Realm cultivator and a Saint Realm cultivator. Although Zhuowen's concealment secret technique wasn't bad, his main focus was on the few geniuses who had become saints. Remember my name. I'm Wei Han. Otherwise, you won't know who killed you when you go to hell. Whoosh. After saying that, Wei Han released his armor soul. He was very cautious. Although he knew that Zhuowen had used a concealment technique, he didn't dare to be careless. His armor soul was a cloud of black mist. As soon as the cloud of black mist appeared, it attached itself to his body. Then, Wei Han's aura became indistinct, and he immediately disappeared from the spot. So fast, although Wei Han's cultivation is only at the 8th level Great Emperor realm, his assassination technique is probably a threat to a 9th level Great Emperor realm cultivator. Below the arena, many cultivators revealed looks of amazement. Clearly, Wei Han's performance was quite stunning. Whoosh! Another air-rending sound rang out. Behind Zhuowen, a cloud of black mist suddenly spread out. Then, a right hand holding a dagger directly swept towards Zhuowen's neck. Zhuowen remained as still as a mountain. When the dagger was about to reach him, he only threw out a light punch. He did not use any cultivation method or martial arts. He did not even use any secret techniques. It was just a simple and unadorned punch. This guy is too arrogant. He didn't even use a technique. On the stage, many cultivators secretly shook their heads. Even Chao Rong had a mocking look on his face. Crack! When the punch was thrown out, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Then, a heart-wrenching scream came from the cloud of black mist. Wei Han actually held his right arm as he retreated and landed outside the arena. However, just as Wei Han was about to land outside the ring, Zhuowen's right hand hooked and grabbed Wei Han's right hand like an eagle's claw. Then, his left fist, which had been accumulating power, flew out with a rumble. Puchi! The punch landed on Wei Han's chest. Suddenly, Wei Han spat out a mouthful of blood. His body collapsed and turned into a cloud of blood mist. As soon as Wei Han died, the saint luck on his body seemed to have lost its owner and rushed to Zhuowen's body. At the same time, a golden dot of light appeared between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Since Wei Han was a disciple of the League of Assassins and had threatened to kill him, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Of course, as long as it was a disciple of the Blue Dragon Hall, 100 Flowers Park, Undying Altar, League of Assassins, and Yiksha Si, Zhuowen wouldn't let any of them go. Especially Shueisha, who was the strongest person on the 7th stage, Zhuowen wouldn't let him go. Hiss! Looking at Wei Han, who had died without an intact corpse, many people sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at Zhuowen in fear. Who is this guy? He's so ruthless. He actually killed him. Chao Rong's eyes were calm. Before the battle began, he didn't say anything to stop Shueisha from killing. Shueisha, who was standing quietly at the same spot, narrowed his eyes and took another look at Zhuowen. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The battle continued. It was inevitable that there would be some casualties in this kind of battle. In addition, Chao Rong didn't forbid killing, so the battle was extremely intense. Among the many stages, the most ruthless battle was in the 6th stage. The strongest person on this stage was Mo, one from the Barren Island. Most of the time, Mo one would take someone's life. However, if one looked carefully, they would see that Mo, Wen's targets were very regular. Basically, he would choose the disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall, Undying Altar, 100 Flowers Park, League of Assassins, and Yakshasi. Of course, because there were 5 forces, no one paid too much attention to it. Not only Mo1, but Mo1 from the Great Lane Temple, Mo Lingtian, Jia, Nan, Gatha, Mo Yen Wushang, and even Lu Hantian from the Saint Physique all had the same goal. They were all targeting the disciples of the 5 major forces. As the competition continued, the leaders of the 5 major factions finally realized that something was amiss. This was because in their respective factions, other than a few top and elite disciples, the other weaker disciples were all dead. Looks like the disciples of the Jiaxin Academy have a good relationship with Zhuowen. They actually dared to kill the disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall. Sapphire Shore said with a slightly ugly expression, I heard that Yan Ji's new disciple, Lu Hantian, has the saint physique and has already become a saint. He's very powerful. This guy is the one who killed the most crazily. Moreover, he seems to be targeting the disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall. Elder Raiwa said indifferently, Humph, they're all little bastards related to Zhuowen. Sapphire Shore quickly calmed down. The people that Lu Hantian and the others killed were all unimportant characters of the Blue Dragon Hall. It wasn't a pity that he died. If possible, he would send a sound transmission to Qing Longzi. At that time, if he encountered these people, he wouldn't be merciful and would kill them all. Also, the Mo, when on the deserted island, seems to be targeting the 5 major forces. Raiwa looked at the Mo when on the 6th stage with some doubt and frowned. Sapphire Shore didn't think too much about it and said indifferently, Mo when has always been unscrupulous. They kill whenever they want. The Mo when's Mo Chi is monstrous and unruly. I'm afraid it's normal for him to kill his opponents. Number 85 against number 32. On the 7th stage, Chao Rong shouted again. Shui just suddenly jumped up and landed on the stage. It's Shui Jia from the Undying Sacred Altar in the Netherworld realm. His cultivation is at the half-step saint realm. He's very powerful. When Shui Jia went up, it immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. They were chattering like little birds and looked at Shui Jia's opponent with pity. I give up. Shui Jia's opponent was a rogue cultivator. He frowned and immediately gave up without even fighting. After he gave up, a part of his saint luck suddenly separated and entered Shui Jia's body. After Shui Jia's battle ended, it was finally Zhuowen's turn. Number 15, when Zhuo against number 37, Lu Yang.